Chapter 34-51. Steel slaying God Emperor. At that moment, the man seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts. Hence, he went straight to the point and said, I am Emperor God Zhang Gang. I have sealed myself for countless years. A while ago, the seal was just released. Of course, this is not the most important thing. It is that you have the aura of Sword Demon and that annoying old man. Hence, this is one of the main reasons why I came to see you. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The Sword Demon was obviously referring to his sword hilt. As for the old man, he was probably Xiao Yu's grandfather. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu's grandfather's background was even greater than he had imagined? Apart from that, you also have a very surprising thing, which is the vine on your arm. Meanwhile, the man spoke once more. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling was alarmed. He looked at his left arm and realized that little Kunlun had already woken up. Its vines were swaying as though it was sizing up the man. The man was also looking at the vine. His emotionless eyes changed, revealing a trace of emotion, a complex emotion. Alas! In the end, the man sighed softly and said, It hasn't woken up yet. I'll teach it a divine ability, the extreme imprisoning divine mark. This will greatly increase its strength and allow it to undergo a transformation. Hearing this, Lin Ling was immediately overjoyed. Because little Kunlun was already extremely powerful. If it could transform again, then what kind of limit could its strength reach? In fact, this was originally his. However, the man added another sentence and then pointed at little Kunlun with his right hand. A black light pattern shrouded Mini Kunlun, and Mini Kunlun instantly became dispirited as the vines sank. Lin Ling couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, it's just absorbing the fading memories. After he finished speaking, his eyebrows twitched, and the tyrannical song sword behind Lin Ling floated out. This sword has the power to slay gods. Unfortunately, the missing broken swords have not been gathered. Moreover, I think that it will be very difficult for you to obtain the remaining broken swords. Let me activate the full power of this sword hilt for you. The man quietly looked at the sword hilt, as if he was reminiscing. Countless years ago, this sword's name had once shaken the era of deities, but in the end, it ended up in such a state, making him sigh greatly. The man's eyes emitted a black light that enveloped the tyrannical song sword. The tyrannical song sword immediately trembled before it regained its tranquility. I've already activated all the ancestral energy in this sword for you. But how much you can use will depend on you. Remember, the master of this sword is extremely terrifying. Hence, this sword has its own pride and divine heart. If you want to obtain its help, you have to subdue it. If you can make it submit, you will be able to activate all the ancestral energy in it. In addition, the ancestral energy in this devil sword is even more terrifying compared to ordinary ancestral energy. Of course, if you can find the remaining broken swords, you will have the power to kill immortals and destroy gods. Ancestral power. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. Progenitor's power, this was the power controlled by the martial ancestors. It was extremely powerful. And this sword hilt had actually activated all of its ancestral power. However, this sword hilt was also a double-edged sword. Wanting to use his ancestral power was also very difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Ling felt a little depressed. He had two powerful techniques. Killing martial ancestors and destroying gods was as easy as flipping his hand. However, these techniques had side effects. One was the sword hilt, and the other was the true inheritance dark sword. If he wanted to activate the true inheritance dark sword to its limit, Lin Ling would have to step into the martial ancestor realm. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was already in the martial ancestor realm. With the true inheritance dark sword, he rose to prominence in an era and was known as a genius. The divine weapon you have is also very powerful. Unfortunately, it's an acquired divine weapon. In terms of potential, it can't compare to the sword demon's sword. As if he had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts, the man suddenly said. Acquired and innate were only one word apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. The innate divine weapons were all left behind from the era of gods. Of course, although you have many techniques left behind from the era of gods, there's an aura in your body that even I can't see through. Grasp it well. In the future, you will find that this power might be able to dominate the entire world. The man spoke again, and his expression turned serious at this moment. Oh. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He suddenly guessed that the power was the chaos divine formula. Currently, he had opened 5 dantians. If he opened 9 dantians, perhaps something would happen. Alright, I've said what I should say and returned the favor. Now, I have to go. At this moment, the man turned around and left with the little skeleton. Senior, wait, do you know the Maha Mantra? Lin Ling hurriedly called out to him. Maha Mantra. The man stopped in his tracks and frowned. Then, he smiled and said, not many people know this mantra. Since you're able to come up with this mantra, someone must have entrusted it to you. I know this mantra. It's useless to you, but it's useful to some people. It's used to check the will of the world. Since you mentioned it, I'll pass it to you. Then, when the man saw Lin Ling nodding, he smiled again and drew in the air with his right hand. Ancient divine language appeared, and it was extremely dazzling. Then, it turned into a piece of black cloth. There were many words on the cloth, as if it was a Buddhist mantra. With your current strength, you can't peek at the Maha Mantra. So, you just need to pass it to someone who needs it. Then, the man pushed the cloth to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it and hurriedly put it away. Then, he asked curiously, Senior, what is the will of the world? Previously, during the war between the gods, he had also heard this phrase. Now that he heard it again, he felt that the will of the world seemed to be very important. You don't need to know now. You only need to know that the ancient war between the gods was caused by the will of the world. The man looked at the top of the mountain. It was as if he could see through the mountain top and see the endless starry sky, as if he could see the war between the gods a long, long time ago. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't let down the potential in your body. You have several great talents. Except for the God Eye's talent that is more average, the other talents have endless potential. Of course, the power in your body is the strongest existence. So, for now, you should focus on increasing your strength. Perhaps in the future, we will meet again. Besides that, there are more gods in this world than you can imagine. Moreover, you have the aura of a few of them. That means you've met a few of them. Fortunately, all of them are very friendly to you. However, not every god will be friendly to you. You should be more careful next time. Okay, I should go too. The man looked deeply at Lin Ling, turned around, and walked out of the cave. The little skeleton, who was following beside the man, suddenly waved at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling stunned. He never thought that the blood skeleton emperor, who made people's scalps tingle, would be so cute. Chapter 34:52. The trial was over. In his memories, other than Xiao Yu's grandfather, there weren't many people he couldn't see through. As for Lei Gong, Lin Ling had never met him, so he shouldn't count. Suddenly, Lin Ling recalled a person he had met a long, long time ago. It was a blue-robed youth who also possessed one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. It was him who had introduced Lin Ling to the martial god barracks of the Azure province. Speaking of people he couldn't see through, perhaps that blue-robed youth was one of them. Although that youth also possessed one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe and his potential was the same as Lin Ling's, who could guarantee that the youth's strongest ability was his eyes. The world of the 9 provinces is filled with boundless mysteries. Even Li Xiaoyao of the past was only a junior in front of these gods. Sigh. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. The arrival of the man from before had undoubtedly opened Lin Ling's eyes. It made him feel that the current situation was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, a figure rushed into the cave and stared at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling, what happened? This person was the 9th god Ai. He had been cultivating outside the cave when he sensed a mysterious ripple. What terrified him was that he couldn't move even if he wanted to. After all, he was a peak martial ancestor, a demigod existence. Thus, after everything had returned to normal, he had rushed into the cave to see if Lin Ling was all right. I'm fine. A god called the steel-slaying god emperor came earlier. Lin Ling chuckled and then told him what had happened. Of course, he concealed many things, only saying that the other party had come to thank him. Chi. The 9th god I immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. That terrifying existence that had killed countless martial ancestors had actually come. Moreover, he had come to thank Lin Ling. The 9th god I couldn't help but feel envious. In the current 9 provinces and the myriad worlds, there were very few people who had the fortune to meet a god. Even he, the 9th god I, had only heard of them and had never seen one. If he knew that not only had Lin Ling seen them, but he had even seen a few of them, he would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground. Truly a fellow that makes one's eyes red with envy. I've heard that those who have met gods will have a bit of divine light protecting them. This sort of divine light doesn't seem to be of much help, but at a critical moment, it can change one's fate and reverse one's luck, the 9th god I said. This was also why all the martial artists in the world wanted to meet gods. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder that man was able to sense the divine aura on his body. It must be because of this. Don't worry, he has already left the starry sky forest. So, let's think about what to do next. Senior 9th, I will be in seclusion for a period of time until the end of the trial. Where do you plan to go? Lin Ling asked. The 9th god I seemed to be staying by Lin Ling's side, but in reality, he was protecting Lin Ling. Now that he heard that Lin Ling was leaving, he smiled. I should also leave. As for where I'll go, I should wander the 9 provinces as I wish. Although I killed the Flame Emperor, I still have many enemies to kill. Very well. If Senior 9th needs anything from this junior, feel free to come to the final world, Snow City, and find me. Okay, until we meet again. The 9th god I smiled and left the cave. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. He first glanced at little Kunlun and found that it was still sleeping, so he decided not to disturb it. Instead, he began to pay attention to the tyrannical song sword. This sword could stimulate the power of ancestors. It had clearly become one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Moreover, the limit of this sword was to slay immortals and gods. This made Lin Ling even more expectant of the remaining broken swords. While he was comprehending the Tyrant Song sword, a mysterious power suddenly came from the sword and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. After this power entered Lin Ling's body, it immediately rushed to the spacetime divine steel, causing the colorful flames to surge. Lin Ling was shocked. He then guessed that this was left behind by that man. He had left behind a divine power to help him stimulate the potential of the spacetime divine eye. And this power was sacred and ancient, as if it could do anything. It gave Lin Ling a feeling of defying the heavens and changing his fate. In the depths of his dantian, the spacetime divine eye had risen by another level, reaching the ultimate third-grade desolate body. Moreover, during this process, Lin Ling's cultivation had also risen, reaching the 6th stage of the Saint Realm. All 5 of his dantians had reached perfection. In the end, the divine energy disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and an excited look appeared on his face. His strength had increased by more than 40%. It had to be known that after the battle not long ago, he deeply felt his own insignificance. But now, he was one step closer to the world of gods. Of course, compared to the increase in realm, Lin Ling was the happiest about the improvement of the spacetime divine eye. This was because increasing the realm was not difficult, but increasing the ultimate desolate body was a headache. Unfortunately, the dragon bone and the great nether wind dragon required more precious dragon pearls. Otherwise, he could have cultivated the sixth arrow of the great solar calamity bow. In addition, the realm-swallowing beast's talent was also extraordinary, but he had not found a suitable way to improve it. Caw caw caw. Lin Ling stood up. An ancient aura spread out from his body. He was like a god or an emperor. With a step, he had the power to awaken tens of thousands of creatures. This was the power of the universe's great Tao. However, it was very weak on Lin Ling's body. Then, Lin Ling walked out of the cave. His eyes looked at the dark starry sky, and his mind recalled bits and pieces of the past. The ancient face sect of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the seven profound martial house of the Rainforest Holy Land, the Qing province, and so on. Without knowing when, Lin Ling had already spent countless years learning martial arts. Thinking back, all of this had not been easy. And Lin Ling's accumulated martial arts foundation was also vast and boundless. If anyone could obtain Lin Ling's memories, they could instantly become a powerhouse. And this martial arts foundation was precious. It was an indispensable step in comprehending the universe's great Tao. Let's go back. Lin Ling stepped out and once again set foot on his journey. In the ancient starry sky forest, Lin Ling was like a lonely swordsman, moving forward on the lonely earth. Unknowingly, a year had passed. At the outermost periphery of the starry sky forest, an ancient god's transmission array appeared. This god's transmission array was extremely large, occupying several large mountains. This was the god's transmission array from the Snow Wind Academy. Obviously, the one-year trial for new students had ended. Mission complete. Good, we have a chance to become a student of the Divine Second Hall. Beneath the mountains, the powerhouses of the Snow Wind Academy were overjoyed. This nightmare was finally over. They knew that in this short year, they had suffered countless casualties. Especially the great battle in the depths of the starry sky forest. This had simply frightened them to death. Luckily, they could leave now. It could be said that besides a powerhouse on the level of the Dean, no one else would be able to touch the great battle in the depths of the starry sky forest. It's over. Chapter 34-53. What a lucky guy. In the past year, each day felt like a year to them. Especially when they thought of the man in their class, Lin Ling, they had mixed feelings. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Zhuang Yanming and the rest also thought the same. They silently looked into the distance and sighed as they walked into the teleportation array. Do you think he's still alive? Someone suddenly said in a low voice, causing the surroundings to become very quiet. A few days ago, you all saw that there seemed to be a great battle in the depths and he seemed to have entered the depths. With his strength, sigh. Yes, I know that many experts have gathered in the depths. They are all looking for the sacred mountain because a friend of my father's was fated to participate in that operation. He even said to me that he would come and find me after the matter was over. But now, he has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he has already fallen. That senior is at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. That means that he should have died in the depths. Chu Yun and the rest's faces dimmed. They all thought that Lin Ling was already dead. After all, the starry sky forest was one of the 7 forbidden lands in the 9 prefectures. It naturally had its terrifying aspects. Even martial ancestor realm experts didn't dare to move freely in this place, let alone Lin Ling, who was at the sage stage. Then, the teleportation array bloomed with light and sent everyone back to the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, the Snow Wind Academy was extremely lively. Because the freshman trial had ended, many of the students in this batch could enter the Shin Second Hall. Especially those who had obtained the Star Origin Stone, entering the Shin Second Hall was a certainty. Many experts of the Snow Wind City stood there quietly, smiling as they watched this scene. The freshman trial had actually attracted many of the big shots of the Snow Wind City. After a series of excited conversations, suddenly, many people looked at the teleportation array. Lin Ling, is he back? Someone said indifferently. Among the current freshmen, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the most eye-catching because before entering the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling's arrogance was obvious to all. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling hadn't returned. What's the use of a guy who got in through the back door if he's not dead? At this moment, a young man laughed sinisterly. After he finished speaking, he looked at teacher Zhou Lin. Obviously, he was teacher Zhou Lin's student. Everyone suddenly laughed. Many people still regarded Lin Ling as trash who got in through the back door. Wait, he isn't someone who got in through the back door. Take back your words or don't blame me for being rude. But at this moment, another voice, surprisingly, was Zhuang Yanming, Zhuang Yanming, don't you? Why are you? However, although I don't know what treasure that fellow used to curry favor with you, the fact that he's dead is an unchangeable fact. That's right. In the new student trial, there's only a slim chance of survival. Only those who are truly fearless can survive, and he obviously isn't one. Other than Zhuang Yanming's group, the rest looked down on Lin Ling. This made Zhuang Yanming and the rest furious because Lin Ling had saved their lives. Moreover, they had witnessed Lin Ling's strength. They were just about to speak. But at this moment, the teleportation device suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, a young man in a blue and white robe appeared. The young man carried a huge sword on his back and his face was calm. His eyes were different from the others. He wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. After he appeared, he wasn't as excited as the others. Instead, he had no reaction. It was as if he hadn't returned from the Starry Sky Forest but had just returned from a trip home. He was Lin Ling. How is he still alive? He seemed to be alone in the Starry Sky Forest. Looking at Lin Ling, all the freshmen widened their eyes. One should know that the freshman trial consisted of 100 people. Even so, many of them had died. However, Lin Ling was alone and he was still alive. He must be hiding somewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pass the trial. An expert said in disbelief. Moreover, he was extremely jealous in his heart. A bunch of ignorant fools. However, Zhuang Yanming and the rest looked at the freshman with disdain. That was because only they knew how Lin Ling had survived in the outer region of the Starry Sky Forest. He had become the leader of the rogues. However, they were also surprised that Lin Ling was still alive. After all, they knew that Lin Ling had entered the depths of the Starry Sky Forest. A catastrophe had happened there and even a martial ancestor had fallen. However, Lin Ling had still come out alive. That was unbelievable. So powerful. Fairy Axayan Yen and the rest looked at Lin Ling passionately. That was because Lin Ling appeared to be very calm, which was different from the other freshmen's excitement. From this point of view, it showed the difference between them. Lin Ling had entered the Starry Sky Forest as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. His aura is different from ours. Although he hides it well, his experience and vicissitudes of life will still be revealed when he's not paying attention. Chu Yun also spoke up. She was a martial artist of the final world and also the descendant of a duke. Although she had fought many battles since she was a child, she naturally couldn't compare with Lin Ling in terms of life and death battles and great waves. After all, in the final world, due to the supervision of God, no martial artist dared to be too arrogant. It was not as cruel as the land of the 9 states. Earring, among us, you are the most similar to Lin Ling. You have that indescribable aura. Chu Yun looked at her and said. Earring was an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Naturally, she had experienced more than Chu Yun and the rest. However, Earring shook her head and said, I'm still not as good as him. Although she was an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization, she started from a small existence and gradually became famous in the land of the 9 states. However, Lin Ling was an even more terrifying existence. He also started from a small existence, even smaller than Earring. However, Lin Ling could already hold his own in the land of the 9 states. That was the difference between them. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the others. Instead, his eyes fell on an old woman. Then, he smiled and nodded. The old woman was delighted. She knew what Lin Ling meant. He must have found the Maha incantation. That meant that Lin Ling had completed the first trial mission that Lei Gong had arranged. This made her very surprised. After all, the other trial takers would need at least 10 years to complete the mission. However, Lin Ling did not even take 2 years. In addition to her, Zhang Qiri also smiled excitedly. The young master was indeed powerful. He had heard that many martial ancestors had gathered in the Starry Sky Forest. Therefore, he had been worried about Lin Ling. However, he did not dare to interfere in the divine trials. Fortunately, the young master had returned safely. Brother Lin Ling. At the same time, Xiao Yu, Dou Caning, and the others were also there. They all smiled excitedly. Lin Ling, you're still alive. What a lucky guy. However, at this moment, a cunning and mean voice suddenly sounded. It was teacher Zhou Lin. Chapter 34-54. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. However, Lin Ling still ignored the crowd and looked at the sky with emotion. He wasn't lamenting the fact that he had survived a calamity, because he was already used to this kind of life. What he lamented was the difference between Miao Prefecture and the outside world. The order here was better, and the killing wasn't so obvious. Lin Ling, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? When Zhou Lin saw that Lin Ling was ignoring him, he felt even more uncomfortable. In any case, he was a teacher, an emissary of God. However, in front of so many people, Lin Ling actually treated him like a passerby. No, he wasn't even qualified to be a passerby. This was because Lin Ling didn't even look at him. That's enough, Zhou Lin. Stop talking. At this moment, the vice principal spoke up for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had completed the freshman trial. In addition, he guessed that Lin Ling's background wasn't small, so he would definitely speak up for Lin Ling. This made Zhou Lin even angrier. He couldn't help but glance at Siluan. When he saw the smile on Siluan's face, the fire of jealousy in his heart continued to burn. Teacher Siluan. He had been pursuing her for many years. Originally, the reason why he had bullied Lin Ling was because he wanted to help teacher Siluan vent her anger and win her favor. But now, Siluan had changed from being Lin Ling's enemy to being on the same side as Lin Ling. This made him swallow the anger in his heart. Of course, he knew that the reason for this was because Lin Ling was constantly rising, and no one could suppress him. Vice Principal, for Lin Ling to pass the freshman training, it can only be said that his luck is not bad. Although I personally believe that luck is also a part of one's strength, but I have a bet with Lin Ling. If he obtains the Astral Origin Stone, I will kneel in front of the Snow Wind Academy for 3 days and 3 nights, and vice versa. At this moment, Zhou Lin shouted. His voice attracted everyone's attention. A bet? Only then did everyone realize that before entering the Starry Sky Forest, teachers Zhou Lin and Lin Ling did indeed have such a bet. However, at that time, no one believed that Lin Ling could survive. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling continued to do as he pleased. He didn't care about the crowd, he just stared at the sky, no one knew what he was thinking. This made many people speculate that Lin Ling didn't obtain the astral origin stone. After all, it was already very difficult to survive in the Starry Sky Forest for a year, let alone find the astral origin stone. Mr. Zhou Lin, the fact that Lin Ling made it out alive is already something to be happy about. Why are you bringing up the past? Although she looked down on Lin Ling in the past, Lin Ling was still her student. Moreover, the reason why she looked down on Lin Ling was because she felt that Lin Ling had entered through the back door. However, now that Lin Ling had completed the freshman's trial, so what if he had entered through the back door? Lin Ling definitely had something worth nurturing. Teacher Cailuan. Zhou Lin was even more furious. The person he was pursuing was actually speaking up for Lin Ling. She made him look like a villain. He didn't believe that he, the messenger of God, wouldn't be able to trample on a mere junior. A martial artist's word carries weight. Moreover, this bet was held under the watchful eyes of God. Even if I wanted to settle things peacefully, God would definitely not allow it. This is because this is blasphemy against God. Zhou Lin said righteously. Teacher Cailuan opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute him. The vice president frowned. Zhou Lin, take a step back in everything. It'll be easier for us to meet in the future. Was she speaking up for Lin Ling again? Zhou Lin was even more furious. He was a messenger of God and a native martial artist of the final world. However, the vice president was actually helping Lin Ling and ignoring him. Vice president, a martial artist should do what they say. How can they go back on their words just because they have completed the freshman's trial? That's right. If the Snow Wind Academy can't even do what they said, then I think the Snow Wind Academy is nothing more than this. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. At this moment, many freshmen shouted in support of Mr. Zhou Lin. Many of them were Mr. Zhou Lin's students. Moreover, they were extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. He was just a piece of trash who got in through the back door. How could he be more dazzling than them? All of you, shut up. Seeing that everyone was targeting Lin Ling, Teacher Cailuan couldn't help but shout. As for Zhuang Yanming and the others, they naturally spoke up for Lin Ling. After all, they all owed Lin Ling a life. For a moment, at the entrance of the Snow Wind Academy, both sides were arguing. As for the martial artists from Snow Wind City, they were extremely surprised. They never thought that a Lin Ling would cause such a big reaction. And from the looks of it, this Lin Ling seems to be a very ordinary existence. Although this Lin Ling is somewhat powerful, there are more people supporting teacher Zhou Lin. It seems that he will have to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Yes, only teacher Cailuan's students support Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling has indeed lost. Willing to bet but not willing to admit defeat, this is indeed shameful. Many people also began to discuss spiritedly. Some impatient martial artists even voiced their support for teacher Zhou Lin. Teacher Zhou Lin also didn't expect so many people to support him. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was extremely proud. He didn't say anything because justice was in the hearts of people. Vice President, what do you think? Finally, teacher Zhou Lin looked at the vice president and said. What he meant was, even if I don't care about this matter, will the others not care? The vice president's face instantly turned ugly. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to protect Lin Ling. In the end, he fell silent. That Zhou Lin laughed loudly and looked proudly at Zhuang Yanming and the rest. It was as if he was saying that you students want to fight with me, dream on. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? Finally, he stared at Lin Ling and said arrogantly, if you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. For these 3 days, you will kneel in the Snow Wind Academy. Of course, during these 3 days, we will provide food. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, all the freshmen laughed loudly as if they had vented their anger. There were even more impulsive students who strode towards Lin Ling, wanting to grab Lin Ling and make him kneel. Paw. However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out as if something had been thrown onto the ground by Lin Ling. This caused everyone to be stunned. What was the meaning of this? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still absent-minded. He didn't even look at teacher Zhou Lin. Do you think you can get away with just throwing out a few random things? If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Even if you invite the gods, you will still have to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Teacher Zhou Lin smiled disdainfully and didn't care at all. Instead, he said to his student, Zhu Hishu, you don't have to worry about anything. With me here, you can do whatever you want. Yes, teacher. Yes. The student immediately nodded. He was already in front of Lin Ling and wanted to grab Lin Ling and make him kneel. Wait. Wait. Chapter 34:55. Prove it. Vice Dean, even now, do you still want to speak for Lin Ling? However, this was impossible because no one could change the fact that he had lost the bet. Lin Ling immediately said subconsciously. He thought that the vice principal still wanted to find a way to help Lin Ling, but he thought that this was just a dream. Lin Ling would definitely kneel. I didn't explain for him, but look at what he threw. However, the vice principal frowned and shook his head. Hee hee. Mr. Zhou Lin smiled disdainfully and looked at the item that Lin Ling had recognized. Who knew that he would be dumbfounded when he saw it? This was because there was a black-blue stone lying on the ground. The surface of the stone shone with the light of the stars, and it was extremely mysterious. If this was not an astral origin stone, then what was it? Teacher Zhou Lin rubbed his eyes, and his pupils widened. Everyone was also stunned, and then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, a lot of people were fighting fiercely, forcing Lin Ling to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, forming 2 camps. However, they had forgotten that Lin Ling had already obtained the Star Origin Stone. And this was even more impossible. This was because it was already a miracle for a new student to survive for a year in the Starry Sky Forest, not to mention finding the Astral Origin Stone. Most importantly, Lin Ling was alone from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Lin Ling was only at the saint stage. It was said that he was trash who got in through the back door. How could this be? At that moment, Zhou Lin and the others had their mouths agape. It was as if their jaws were about to hit the ground. It turned out that their previous arguments were just clowns dancing. Even if they won, it would be useless. Because the Astral Origin Stone was the key to everything. This guy. Teacher Cailuan, Soloming, and the others were trembling with excitement. Not only had Lin Ling survived, he had even obtained the Astral Origin Stone. This fellow was truly a freak. It was obvious that they had been worried for nothing. Their gazes fell on Lin Ling, and they discovered that Lin Ling was still the same as before. He did as he pleased, as if he didn't care about anything. It was as if what was happening in front of Lin Ling was child's play. Just what had Lin Ling gone through to have such an indifferent expression? In just a short period of time, Xing Daiming and the others felt that they and Lin Ling were people from 2 different worlds. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling was facing a god in the Starry Sky Forest, it would be normal for them to not care about such a small matter. Teacher Zhou Lin, I agree with what you said. If you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. After all, our Snow Wind Academy is also a divine shrine. How can we go back on our words? At this moment, the Vice Dean said indifferently. Obviously, he was very displeased with teacher Zhou Lin's previous rebuttal, and now he was returning an eye for an eye. As for teacher Zhou Lin, he was stunned. All the freshmen were dumbfounded. I have to kneel. Teacher Zhou Lin pointed at himself and said in disbelief. He is a God's messenger, and his body is shrouded in divine light. If he kneels, how can he face others in the future? That's right, and you have to kneel for 3 days. However, the Vice Dean corrected him. Teacher Zhou Lin's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Wait a minute, this astral origin stone is a little strange, and Lin Ling's survival in the starry sky forest is also a little strange. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, and a stern-looking young man walked out. This person is teacher Zhou Lin's student, and he has an outstanding status. He is also the son of the Final World City Lord, and most importantly, he is the son of a main city's city lord. His name is Yi Yiming, and he comes from Luoya City. There is also Luoya Academy there, but he came to Snow Wind Academy for other reasons. Because his background is not small, teacher Zhou Lin took good care of him. Now that teacher Zhou Lin is in trouble, he will naturally stand up for him. As for the son of the city lord, his background is not small. Even the Vice Dean frowned. Of course, Yi Yiming not only has a delicate status, he is also extremely powerful. He has a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body, and he is a first-level martial ancestor. It can be said that with his strength, none of the new students are his match. Of course, he is not a new student, but a student of the Divine Second Hall. Why do you say that? At this moment, teacher Cailuan saw Lin Ling's indifferent attitude, and she immediately spoke up for Lin Ling. It's simple, with his strength, it is impossible for him to survive. He must have cheated, and to cheat in the Divine Hall, I have to say, he has guts. This is blasphemy against the gods. Yi Yiming walked out and said with a smile. Moreover, he looked at Lin Ling. He did not expect that because of Lin Ling, Yi Yiming, would have a dazzling moment. One has to know that although he is the son of the city lord, because he is not a member of Snow Wind City, many people often forget about him. And now, he can use Lin Ling to be proud for once. Nonsense, this is the freshman trial. How can there be a chance to cheat? Teacher Cailuan immediately shouted coldly. Hee hee. Yi Yiming laughed. His laughter was light, but his body was filled with the aura of an ambitious person. If I remember correctly, this Lin Ling entered through the back door. May I ask, is this considered cheating? Ask again, if he has the strength, why does he need to enter through the back door? Finally, if he can enter through the back door, why can't he enter through the back door again in the freshman trial? Yi Yiming spoke without stopping, his words powerful and resonating. The surroundings instantly became silent. Many people's eyes flickered. They had to admit that Yi Yiming's words made sense. The Vice Dean's face turned ugly. Was Yi Yiming deliberately smearing Snow Wind Academy's reputation? Not bad, not bad. This Lin Ling must have entered through the back door again. Perhaps, he did not even enter the starry sky forest. Teacher Zhou Lin immediately clamored. He wanted to seize the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Nonsense. Zhuang Yanming and the rest were the ones who could prove Lin Ling the most. At this moment, they were arguing with reason. Unfortunately, their words carried little weight and they were not of much help. If you want to prove it, it's very simple. Fight with me. If he wins, it will prove that he did not enter through the back door. How about it? Yi Yiming sensed that it was about time, so he gradually walked out. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Yi Yiming was a martial ancestor realm expert, and he had a third-grade ultimate desolate body. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the Sage Realm, and he was also a student of the Shinsan Hall. The two of them could not be compared. Even Zhuang Yanming and the rest had a drastic change in expression. Although they knew that Lin Ling was powerful, Yi Yiming was even more powerful than a criminal. However, if Lin Ling did not fight, it meant that Lin Ling had cheated. Whether he entered through the back door or not, it's best to prove it now. Teacher Zhou Lin said at the critical moment. This sentence immediately ignited the crowd's emotions. Entering through the back door. Everyone felt that it was extremely shameful. Furthermore, entering through the back door was one thing, but entering through the back door in the freshman trial was too despicable. Chapter 3456. Smash. However, the angry shouts of the crowd still did not move Lin Ling in the slightest. He still did his own thing. This kind of disregard undoubtedly angered Yi Yiming. He decided to teach Lin Ling a good lesson and let him know why the flowers were so red. Lin Ling, it's time for you to prove yourself. Yi Yiming shouted loudly. There were countless echoes, and the clouds in the sky burst open. The voice finally interrupted Lin Ling's sigh. He shook his head and said, "We are all warriors of the final world. Why bother? I don't want to hurt you and embarrass you." When he said this, his eyes were calm, as if he was looking at a child, staring at Yi Yiming. Many people were startled by this scene. Because compared to the two sides, Lin Ling had the demeanor of a master, mysterious and unfathomable. On the other hand, Yi Yiming was like a clown, irritable and agitated, his mood unstable. The anger in Yi Yiming's heart burned even more, but he quickly laughed. He had guessed Lin Ling's intention because Lin Ling was just putting on an act to make him feel fearful. Ridiculous. Did he think he was an idiot? You only need one word, do you dare or not? Yi Yiming said as he stepped forward. Why do you have to force me to make a move? Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed and had no choice but to nod. With this nod, there was a lot of discussion around. This Lin Ling actually agreed to it. A guy who came in through the back door provoked the strong people of Shanair Hall. Isn't this looking for trouble? Yi Yiming's talent and strength are higher than Lin Ling. Lin Ling is not his opponent at all. This is a battle of abuse. Many warriors were talking about it. They were powerful, so they naturally knew the gap between the two sides. A large number of freshmen also clamored and cheered for Yi Yiming. This made Yi Yiming laugh. He enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. After all, although he was the son of the city lord of Luoya City, he only received attention in Luoya City. In Snow-Blowing City, he was too weak. But now, he was starting to become the center of attention. Perhaps, he could also receive today's news in Luoya City. At that time, just thinking about it made him happy. His father should be happy for him too. With that thought in mind, he unleashed his full strength. His third-grade talent burst forth, and a shadow condensed from blood appeared behind him. Congealed supreme god blood. This was clearly the bloodline of a deity, capable of dominating the world. And against such a powerful talent, if the final desolate body grade was not high, just their aura alone would be suppressed. They would only be able to use about 60% of their strength. Lin Ling, if you want to go through the back door, then you should have the awareness of going through the back door. Yi Yiming's aura didn't decrease at all. He turned into a bloody light and shot towards Lin Ling. His speed had reached 400 world speed. This speed could definitely dominate the Sage Realm. He grabbed out with his big hand, and the clouds in the sky seemed to have turned the color of blood. Ancestral power, it actually contained 10% of ancestral power. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone was guessing that Lin Ling might be scared to the point of collapsing. The palm was extremely fast, and it instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, wanting to easily grab Lin Ling. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's footsteps moved slightly, and he actually avoided the palm. It seemed like a simple step, but there was a mysterious rhythm within it. Moreover, it was so light that even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. Lin Ling seemed to be in the sage realm, but with his 5 dantians and god-devil body combined, he wasn't weaker than Yi Yiming. In fact, he was even stronger. As for the final desolate body, Lin Ling's spacetime god, I was also 3rd grade. It could be said that Yi Yiming's talent didn't affect him at all. The only thing that Lin Ling cared about was Yi Yiming's speed. Before Lin Ling's talent fusion transformation, his full speed was only 300 world speed. However, he wasn't much weaker than Yi Yiming. After all, this 300 world speed was in the past. Now, Lin Ling's cultivation level had increased, and he had already reached the 6th stage of the Sage Realm. At this moment, Yi Yiming's claw missed, and he was shocked. However, because he wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one strike, he had used too much strength, causing his body to be unbalanced. "Senior, I'm just a freshman. You don't have to use so much strength to target me. Be careful not to use too much strength and bend your waist." At this moment, Lin Ling was standing beside Yi Yiming, and he gently pushed out his palm. In his palm, colorful flames burned as his god-devil body merged with his 5 dantians. It seemed like a gentle push, but in fact, it could move mountains and fill seas, and blow up a world. Yi Yiming was already unbalanced, and when Lin Ling's terrifying palm hit him, he felt like he was being crushed by a heavy mountain. Boom! He smashed into the ground, and the earth instantly cracked open. It was earth-shattering. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were agape. From their point of view, it seemed like Lin Ling had only pushed him lightly. However, this push was simply too terrifying. Many people could imagine Yi Yiming's miserable state at this moment. A huge human figure appeared on the ground, and the surroundings were full of cracks. Yi Yiming raised his head, and his face was full of blood. This guy kissed the ground. He wanted to see how hard the ground was, right? This was simply a dog-eating action. You, damn it. Yi Yiming was boiling with anger, and he was about to stand up. "Senior, why are you so careless? I'll help you up." Lin Ling was still standing beside Yi Yiming, and he gently helped him up. However, this time, Lin Ling suddenly slipped, and this caused Yi Yiming, who was halfway up, to be smashed into the ground again. Rumble. This smash caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The nearby streets all exploded, and it was terrifying. Yi Yiming once again fell down, and many of his teeth fell out. His eyes were full of flames. If looks could kill, he would definitely burn Lin Ling alive. This was because Lin Ling's careless fall seemed simple, but in fact, it contained a terrifying force. It could even destroy the streets, so how could the force be small? "Senior, I'm sorry. I was too careless and accidentally caused you to fall like a dog," Lin Ling said apologetically, and he actually went to help Yi Yiming up again. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their hearts were filled with disdain. "Yi Yiming fell so miserably, wasn't this caused by you? You still have the nerve to speak in a harmless tone." As for Yi Yiming, he struggled to get up. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength to get up seemed to have disappeared. However, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't let him lie on the ground again, and he used both hands to help him up. However, halfway through, Lin Ling's feet slipped again. Rumble. Yi Yiming once again smashed into the ground, and it was even more terrifying than before. Snow Wind Academy was shaken by 3 points. This wasn't just helping him up, it was simply grabbing Yi Yiming and smashing him into the ground. No one expected that Lin Ling's seemingly thin body, but his strength was even more terrifying than a beast. Yi Yiming must have been seriously injured by this. Senior, can you stand firm? It's hard for me to help you up like this. Chapter 3457. Accepting Lin Ling as a disciple. Yi Yiming's internal organs were all displaced. Hearing Lin Ling's words, he almost cried. Stand firm. I also want to stand firm. You're the one who smashed me to the ground. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you up this time. Lin Ling spoke again. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. They felt that something ominous was going to happen again. Yi Yiming's feeling was the strongest. If he was smashed again, even a martial ancestor like him would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, he only wanted to wave his hand and stay far away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you don't need to help me up. I can get up by myself. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Yiming was about to faint from the smashing. He had completely forgotten his purpose. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him at all. He had already helped him up halfway. However, hearing Yi Yiming's words, he finally nodded and said, If I were you, I would keep smiling and put my hands behind my back, revealing the elegance of a martial ancestor. You won't help me up like this. No, falling like this is more graceful. After Lin Ling finished speaking, his feet seemed to slip again. His hands seemed to subconsciously let go again. It seemed to be a gentle release, but it could easily break through 10,000 worlds. Yi Yiming's eyes widened. Falling like this is more graceful. Boom! The third heavy fall, a huge deep hole appeared on the ground. Moreover, it was a human-shaped deep hole. Yi Yiming was directly smashed unconscious. He never thought that although he had a powerful realm essence, he could not resist Lin Ling at all. Although he had outstanding talent, it seemed that he could not affect Lin Ling at all. He, an expert of the Shen Hall, was defeated just like that. Moreover, he was smashed alive. Of course, he was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone present opened their mouths wide. This unprecedented battle was simply something they had never seen in their lives. This also meant that Lin Ling's strength surpassed Yi Yiming's by too much. That was why he could defeat him so easily. And this was Trash who got in through the back door. Apart from Zhuang Yanming and the others who were mentally prepared, even teacher Cailuan was so shocked that she covered her mouth. As for teacher Zhou Lin, he was tongue-tied. Yi Yiming was his proudest disciple. He had thought that defeating Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping a flip. However, in the end, Yi Yiming was smashed unconscious. Moreover, he was shamelessly smashed Lin Ling by Lin Ling. Especially Lin Ling's last sentence. Throwing it like this is more graceful. This sentence kept Zhou Lin's show. Previously, he wanted to resist kneeling to the death, so he grabbed hold of Lin Ling's weakness and attacked. However, he obviously failed. And Fang Yiming. Zhou Lin. Fang's Yiming. Ye Yum Lu. Yayin. Oh right, I just remembered that senior brother from before wanted to fight with me. Senior brother, please come out and fight. Lin Ling shouted at the pit under his feet. He invited Yi Yiming to come out and fight. Everyone shuddered. Was the previous battle not considered a battle? Yi Yiming was smashed like a dog even if it was not a battle. What if it was a real battle? The result was simply unimaginable. Even the experts of Shen Hall were staring at Lin Ling with fear in their eyes. This freshman was too terrifying. Yi Yiming was still lying in the pit. He had heard Lin Ling's words. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was determined not to go up. Only a fool would go up. Seeing that the pit was silent, Lin Ling shrugged helplessly and looked at Mr. Zhou Lin. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhou Lin, as the messenger of God, you won't go back on your word, right? Lin Ling did not care if teacher Zhou Lin would kneel for 3 days. Instead, he walked toward the old woman. To him, the previous incident was just a child's play. If teacher Zhou Lin had not been so aggressive, Lin Ling would not have cared. His goal was to complete the divine trials. Plop. At this moment, teacher Zhou Lin's face turned ugly. His legs gave way and he knelt down in front of countless people. Now, he was too embarrassed to go back on his words. He had to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a great humiliation to him as the messenger of God. Lin Ling is so strong. Seeing Lin Ling leave, teacher Cailuan was still covering her mouth. She remembered when she had signed up. At that time, she had looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling had taken the back door. Now, she finally understood what the dean meant. Teacher, in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling defeated countless convicts and even became their leader. Chu Yun suddenly said. Chu Yun suddenly spoke from the side. His words caused Cailuan's heart to tremble once more. She hurriedly searched for Lin Ling, but she discovered that Lin Ling had already disappeared. A guy who took the back door. Teacher Cailuan was shocked. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in succession from the surroundings. This Lin Ling defeated Yi Yiming, who is a martial ancestor. You should know that Yi Yiming is stronger than many martial progenitors. I heard that he is also called the Son of Demon in the 9 prefectures and is a member of the God Slayer Alliance. At first, I thought that the God Slayer Alliance was a child's play. Now, it seems that the God Slayer Alliance is quite amazing. I wonder who is more powerful between the God Slayer Alliance and the Final World's experts. Without a doubt, after what had happened, Lin Ling had become a student of the Chenair Hall. There were very few people in the Snow Wind Academy who could pass the freshman trial and become a student of the Chenair Hall. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the most dazzling among all the students who had become a student of the Chenair Hall. Not long after, the crowd dispersed one after another. City Governor Tsang, I have some good wine here. Why don't you stay and have a taste? Just as Tsang Chiri was about to catch up with Lin Ling, the vice president's voice sounded. Tsang Chiri did not want to talk to him. However, since the young master had completed the divine trial in the Snow Wind Academy, the vice president might be useful in the future. Therefore, he smiled and nodded his head. The two of them immediately walked into the depths of the Snow Wind Academy. Not long after, in a luxurious room, the vice president took out the wine that he had kept for many years and poured a cup for Tsang Chiri. Tsang Chiri took a sip and nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at the vice president and said, Vice President, you invited me here for more than just a drink, right? The vice chief chuckled. I can see that this Lin Ling's talent is quite impressive. Despite being a genius, he was able to defeat the first-layer martial progenitor realm Yi Yiming. Therefore, I would like to recruit him as my disciple. Puff! Tsang Chiri spat out the wine in his mouth. Accept the young master as his disciple? Are you kidding me? The young master was a trial taker and Lei Gong had taken a fancy to him. How could the vice president of the Snow Wind Academy be qualified to accept him? No. No. Tsang Chiri immediately shook his head. The vice president was stunned. With his status, he had taken the initiative to accept Lin Ling as his disciple. How could Tsang Chiri reject him? This was not giving him any face at all. Seeing the vice president's pale face, Tsang Chiri thought for a while and said, I don't have the final say in this matter. What? You don't have the final say. Chapter 3458. Talent Upgrade. What? It was Tsang Chiri's turn to be shocked. The young master was his illegitimate son. If senior sister knew about this, she would definitely beat him up. He said seriously, Vice President, Lin Ling is not my illegitimate son. I am not qualified to be his disciple. Also, don't even think about taking him in as a disciple. His serious tone made the vice president feel that something was amiss. Also, even you are not qualified. However, Zhang Qiri said again. This time, the vice president's expression changed drastically. The unruly Lin Ling, who did not seem to care about anything, had such a powerful background. Could he be the son of a martial god? The vice president's breathing slowed down. Hearing this, Zhang Qiri smiled faintly and did not explain. Instead, he continued to drink. After finishing the vice president's wine, he bid farewell and left. As this was a serious matter, he did not explain anything. However, he knew that even the top 10 martial gods were not qualified to take Lin Ling in as a disciple. The vice president was still guessing. Could Lin Ling be the son of a martial god? It was very possible. He had heard that Lin Ling had killed a martial god before. Martial god Qilin was not the strongest among the top 10 martial gods. If Lin Ling dared to kill him, he must have a martial god as a father. While he was thinking, Lin Ling had already returned to the courtyard. Brother Lin Ling. Xiao Yu was hugged by Lin Ling. She was all smiles. After a year of separation, she missed Lin Ling dearly. Even her little white rabbit and deer were clinging to Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling laugh. Lin Ling looked around and saw Zhang Jian and Dou Kening. He immediately realized that they had awakened the ultimate desolate body and had reached the first grade. It seemed that the spiritual marrow in the courtyard had taken effect. However, Lin Ling could also sense that Zhang Jian and Dou Kenying's ultimate desolate body had limited potential. For example, Zhang Jian could at most reach the second grade. Afterimage was slightly better. He had a third-grade ultimate desolate body. In the 9 provinces, such a person would be an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the world. But in the final world, such a person was nothing more than an ordinary existence. It was no wonder that the final world required powerful talents. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Yu and the others, Lin Ling followed the old woman into the room. The old woman looked at Lin Ling expectantly. The excitement in her eyes was even stronger than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling, have you found the Maha Mantra? Found it. Lin Ling immediately nodded and took out the black cloth on his body. As soon as the black cloth appeared, Lin Ling could clearly sense the old woman's body tremble, her face filled with disbelief. Clearly, she didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to complete the trial of God's mission. In other words, among the 10 missions, Lin Ling had completed one of them. This was because the first mission had 3 tasks. He only needed to complete 2 of them. And Lin Ling had been in the final world for less than 3 years. Yet, he had completed one of the missions. This was the fastest among the 10 trial takers. That's great, that's great. The old woman hurriedly checked the black cloth. Finally, she seemed to confirm something before she carefully kept the black cloth. However, Lin Ling sensed that the old woman was not familiar with the Maha Mantra. She was only the guardian of the mission. Only Lin Ling knew that the Maha Mantra was related to the world's will. Perhaps the 4 great gods were all paying attention to the world's will. You have completed the first mission. You can raise any conditions to Lei Gong. The old woman looked at Lin Ling and said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling licked his lips. Although his current talent was not weak, he had yet to reach his limits. He needed many cultivation treasures. However, he eventually shook his head. Cultivation treasures could be obtained slowly, but if he did not settle this matter properly, he could not cultivate in peace. I want Lei Gong to protect the Qing prefecture for me. Protect my hometown. How about that? Lin Ling stated the conditions in his heart. The old woman fell silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll leave first. I'll report your conditions to Lei Gong. However, I'm guessing that these conditions should not be difficult. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded as he watched the old woman leave. In the following period of time, Lin Ling waited for news from the old woman. He was also waiting for the second mission. And now, he had just broken through. It was not suitable for him to raise his cultivation level in the short term. Most importantly, the increase in cultivation level was not the most important thing. What was important was the improvement of his ultimate desolate body. For example, he had several ultimate desolate bodies. Even a martial ancestor like Yi Yiming was not his match. This showed the importance of talent. I'll first raise the space-time divine steel to its limit. Soon, Lin Ling made a decision. And he was in the spirit pith courtyard. The speed of raising his talent was much faster than other places. The starry sky forest celestial emperor Zhang Gang gave me some power, allowing my space-time divine steel to reach the 3rd grade. Now, with the power of the spirit pith, it will probably only take a few months for the space-time divine steel to reach the 4th grade. However, the space-time divine steel can still stimulate its potential and barely reach the 5th grade. However, this stimulation depends on luck. Furthermore, the spirit pith's assistance is obvious at the beginning. However, it will gradually weaken. Especially for those with high ultimate desolate bodies, the assistance will be even weaker. It looks like when the space-time divine steel reaches the 4th grade, I'll need another method. During this period of time, Lin Ling's talent was improving in all aspects. Among them, the space-time divine steel's improvement was the most obvious. As for the Sky Dragon's bones, the Supreme Nether Wind Dragon and the Realm-Swallowing Beast, they were still at the 1st grade ultimate desolate body. Among them, the Realm-Swallowing Beast was in existence with a desolate body. This also meant that the greater the potential, the harder it was to raise it. If not, Savage Sword and Company would not have been able to raise their talent so quickly. This was because their ultimate desolate bodies were not comparable to Lin Ling's. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. However, the old woman had yet to return. On the contrary, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel was only a step away from the 4th grade ultimate desolate body. As for the other ultimate desolate bodies, they had also improved and were approaching the 2nd grade. This was also because Lin Ling had the spirit pith. If he did not have it, the improvement would be even slower. If this carries on, I'm afraid the space-time divine steel will need even more time to reach its limit. Lin Ling could not help but ponder. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a divine technique that he had luckily obtained in his previous life. This cultivation technique was called the Dark North Divine Technique. It was a cultivation technique that aided in the improvement of the ultimate desolate body. By cultivating this cultivation technique, one could borrow all the external energy to reach the ultimate desolate body. However, this cultivation technique was only suitable for people who had reached the ultimate desolate body's limit. For example, Savage Sword and Company. For example, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel. It had no effect on talents with limitless potential like the Sky Dragon's bones. Savage Sword, Old Dew, come out. Lin Ling hurriedly left the room. Young Master. My lord. When Savage Sword and Company heard the voice, they hurriedly appeared in the courtyard. They looked curiously at Lin Ling. I'll impart to you a cultivation technique that can stimulate your talent to the limit. Chapter 3459. Dark North Godly Technique. Push it to the limit. Hearing this, Remnant Sword and Dew Afterimage were shocked. They had just raised their talents. It was clearly very difficult for them to reach the limit. But their young master had a cultivation technique that could push them to the limit. If such a cultivation technique were to spread to the 9 provinces, it would probably cause a bloodbath. This cultivation technique is not suitable for everyone. It's only suitable for those who are about to reach the limit of their talents. Come. Lin Ling was not surprised by their surprise. Following that, his soul power surged out and covered Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, imparting the Dark North godly technique to them. As for Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, their expressions kept changing. Finally, they looked up with shock in their eyes. Dark North godly technique. Through the attacks of others, the energy would surge towards the ultimate desolate body and push it to the limit. There was such a wonderful cultivation technique in this world. At this moment, even a knowledgeable old monster like Do Afterimage could not help but sigh at his own narrow-mindedness. Alright, next, I'll help you push it to the limit. Seeing that the two of them were enlightened, Lin Ling nodded and said, Brother, I want it too. Xiao Yu was extremely curious and wanted to stimulate her talent. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. With his eyesight, he still could not see through Xiao Yu's talent. How could he stimulate the Dark North godly technique? Furthermore, Xiao Yu was the granddaughter of treasure god Nan Wufingyu. How could her talent be weak? Lin Ling explained to Xiao Yu, making her obediently stand by the side. Following that, Lin Ling began attacking Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Bang! Bang! He controlled his strength well. It was just enough to stimulate the Dark North godly technique without harming Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Under the constant attacks, Remnant Sword was the first to show signs of a breakthrough. His entire being was stirred up. However, even though Lin Ling controlled it well, the constant attacks still caused Remnant Sword to suffer some injuries. Furthermore, he did not have Lin Ling's insane recovery ability. Hence, Lin Ling could only let him rest. Young master, come and hit me. When it was Do Afterimage's turn, he was lying on the ground with his limbs spread out like a masochist. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He raised his foot and stomped down. Oh, this is great, this is great. Young master, torture me. Do Afterimage immediately let out a satisfied sound, causing Xiao Yu and Remnant Sword to laugh. It was all because of Afterimage. This old man was too wretched. As for Lin Ling, after continuously stomping on the ground, he noticed that Do Afterimage's talent had improved. However, Do Afterimage was also slightly injured. In the end, he retracted his foot. All of you, attack me. Next, Lin Ling ordered Savage Sword and the others to attack. Broken Sword didn't dare to attack anymore. In his heart, Lin Ling was his master. How could a slave attack his master? Make your move. You don't have to hold back. Lin Ling knew what they were thinking and said with a smile. My lord, I'm sorry for the offense. Broken Sword didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling's orders and quickly attacked. He had restrained himself in the beginning, causing Lin Ling to feel that his strength was not enough. Therefore, he made the Broken Sword release even more power. In the end, Broken Sword released all his power. However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that even though Broken Sword released all his power, he couldn't activate the Dark North Divine skill. Instead, Broken Sword and Do Afterimage worked together to activate the Dark North Divine skill. However, it would take a long time for the mysterious power to activate the Time and Space Divine Steel to its limit. In the end, it was because Broken Sword and the others were too weak. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the city governor's mansion. There were many experts there, so they should be able to meet his requirements. Then, Lin Ling brought Xiao Yu and the others to the city governor's mansion. He found Song Chiri and told him his purpose. What? You want us to beat you up? When Song Chiri heard the news, he was almost scared to death. To him, Lin Ling was a trial taker who could meet Lei Gong directly. How could he, a lowly holy paladin, touch Lin Ling? He couldn't even touch a single hair of his. If senior sister knew, she would kill him on the spot. No, no, young master, don't play with me. Song Chiri kept waving his hands and saying. Brother Tsang, don't worry. When you attack me, I will activate the divine skill to take a beating. I will be fine. Moreover, don't underestimate my physical strength. Lin Ling tried to persuade him. No, you can kill me. Anyway, I won't beat you up. Zhang Qiri kept shaking his head like a rattledrum. Lin Ling was speechless. He looked at the guards around him. They were all martial ancestors, so they should be able to activate the Dark North divine skill. Plop. When the guards saw Lin Ling looking at them, their legs turned to jelly. Young master, please spare our lives. Even the city governor didn't dare to beat Lin Ling. How could they have the guts to do so? If they dared to touch a hair on Lin Ling's head today, it was possible that the city lord would kill them tomorrow. Why don't you beat us up? An old man at the middle stage martial ancestor realm said while crying. What? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. He was here to ask for a beating, not to beat someone up. Young master, if you want to be beaten, you can go to Intentionless City. At this time, Zhang Qiri reminded him, Intentionless City has many martial arts clubs. Some experts who are not qualified to enter the academy can cultivate in the martial arts clubs to improve their strength. Young master, you can go there and challenge them. Intentionless City was only 2 ancient cities away from Snow City, so it was not far away. Martial arts clubs. Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Yes, in the final world, there are very few sections. Because of the existence of the academy, sects are not qualified to exist. Therefore, some ancestors who founded sects in the 9 continents can only open martial arts clubs here. However, young master, don't underestimate these martial arts clubs. Many of them are very powerful. Zhang Qiri explained. Sounds good. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. In Snow City, ordinary people did not dare to provoke him. Apparently, he could not activate the space-time steel. It was not a bad idea to go to other cities. Seeing Lin Ling nodding, Zhang Qiri shouted, Young master, are you sure you want to go to Intentionless City? Men, inform the army to send young master there. Remember, if you meet someone who doesn't know his place, kill him without mercy. Wait. Lin Ling hurriedly stopped him. If the army followed him, he would not be able to cultivate. He was going there to be beaten, not to beat people. Then, he told Zhang Qiri the reason, but Zhang Qiri was very worried. Don't worry. Although many people want to kill me, the world is so big. If I suddenly leave, they may not know. Lin Ling could not help but comfort him. Most importantly, he knew that after the trip to the Starry Sky Forest, his enemies were greatly weakened. It would be difficult for them to gather experts to kill him in a short period of time. That's the only way. Zhang Qiri nodded. But in fact, he still had to protect Lin Ling secretly. Lin Ling did not know this. After he asked about the whereabouts of Intentionless City, he immediately left Snow City. Chapter 3460. I'm here to challenge the dojo. Xiaoyu and company had stayed in Snow City for a year. Now that they were out, they were naturally overjoyed. This also caused Lin Ling to take 3 days to reach Intentionless City. The city was extremely ancient. It was built with green bricks and glazed tiles. It was beautiful and indeed looked like a city in God's world. There were many people in the city. At a rough glance, there were hundreds of thousands of people. This did not include those that Lin Ling did not see. It was probably a huge city with millions of people. Most importantly, this was only a sub-city. After accompanying Xiaoyu and company for an entire morning and seeing the city's unique features, Lin Ling brought Remnant Sword and company to a dojo in the afternoon. The dojo was called Soaring Feather Dojo. Although it was called a dojo, it was actually an ancient sect. Remnant Sword spent an entire morning investigating. This sect was an immortal sect in Yu State. It had countless disciples and was extremely powerful. However, when an immortal sect came to God's world, they could not establish a sect. They could only name it as a dojo. As for the sect master, he had been here for 50,000 years. It was said that he was once a disciple of the academy. However, his potential was limited, so he could only open a dojo. Not long after, an ancient building made of white jade appeared in front of them. As they could not establish a sect, the dojo was not big. However, there were many people entering and exiting. Furthermore, most of them were young people. Clearly, most of these young people were experts who had been eliminated from the academy. Of course, there were also experts from the academy who came to the dojo to increase their strength. After looking carefully for a moment, Lin Ling brought Xiao Yu and company into the dojo. The dojo was ancient in style. There were many dragon and tiger statues. Furthermore, there was a mysterious Tao emanating from it. As the wind blew, it seemed to bring order to the universe. As the leaves fell, they brought with them the traces of the 9 states. This dojo was indeed extraordinary. Young friend, are you here to learn martial arts? Our soaring feather dojo is most suitable for you. If you encounter any problems with the ultimate desolate body, or problems with the power of ranks, or even bottlenecks in realms, we can help you solve them. At this moment, a man in a loose Taoist robe walked over with a smile. He thought that Lin Ling was here to learn martial arts. You can even learn the power of grades. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. If such a dojo was placed in the 9 prefectures, martial artists would definitely fight to enter it. Of course. Our sect master, Taoist Feiyu, is a late-stage martial ancestor expert. He has been practicing martial arts for 60,000 years. He has given lectures on how to defy the heavens and change one's fate. There is nothing that he doesn't know. Furthermore, our Taoist Feiyu has been to the underworld before. That man introduced proudly. You only need to pay 1 billion royal crystals, and then you can discuss martial arts here. The man jabbered on endlessly, praising the Featherflight Martial Arts School to the skies. Lin Ling and Xiao Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Ling came to challenge the dojo, he didn't like to casually provoke people, so he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I'm not here to sign up." However, just as he finished speaking, the man's expression changed and became fierce. You didn't sign up. Do you know where this is? Get lost, get lost. Obviously, he had been so friendly previously because he thought that Lin Ling was here to sign up. Since he wasn't here to learn martial arts, there was no need to be polite to such a person. He could just kick him out. Get lost. Lin Ling immediately frowned. He had wanted to explain his intentions and discuss whether it was appropriate. However, who would have thought that this man would ask him to get lost? Furthermore, after the man had turned around and left, he immediately sent someone to chase Lin Ling away. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling's voice came from behind him. I'm indeed not here to sign up. I'm here to challenge the dojo. Challenge the dojo. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire dojo seemed to fall silent. The man turned around and looked at Lin Ling. His face was filled with shock. Sage stage. Challenge the dojo. He laughed loudly and his laughter was filled with mockery. Challenges were not uncommon in Intentionless City. As there were many dojos competing for powerful cultivators, naturally, challenges were inevitable. And their soaring feather dojo had been around for many years, so it was not uncommon for them to encounter such situations. However, every person who came to challenge the dojo had their legs broken and thrown out. If not for the strict order in the world of gods, they would have long killed the challengers. Now, a few sages were here to challenge the dojo. Were they trying to make them laugh their heads off? Junior brother Liu, I'll leave the challenge to you. The man smiled contemptuously and turned to leave. He completely ignored Lin Ling and company. Challenge. You sure have guts. Let me tell you, if we were in the 9 states, I would have wiped out your entire family. Now, I won't kill you, but I will definitely cripple your legs. The expert named Junior Brother Lu rushed out of the Grand Hall. He had the strength of a peak sage stage expert and a second-grade ultimate desolate body. He grabbed at Lin Ling with his large hand. The power of his cultivation level was extremely powerful. And there were a large number of experts in the Grand Hall. They first smiled, then looked at the ancient Zen word and began cultivating again. They did not even have the thought of taking another look at Lin Ling. This was because they knew that such a kid would definitely be crippled and thrown out of the dojo. However, to cripple Lin Ling at the sage stage, that seemed like wishful thinking. Lin Ling shook his head. He looked at Junior Brother Lu and punched out. Rumble. There was an explosion as the void exploded. A figure flew backwards along the ground, smashing through countless stone sculptures before finally crashing into the dojo. Pwah! A mouthful of blood spewed out. It was Junior Brother Lu. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something, but he fainted immediately. If we were in the 9 states, you would have died if you dared to attack me. At the same time, a few figures walked into the Grand Hall from outside. As for the experts in the Grand Hall, they were all dumbfounded. They were really here to challenge the dojo, and they were sages. Instantly, the Grand Hall fell silent. Everyone seemed to be in a dream because a sage stage expert had come to challenge the dojo. This was too unbelievable for them. Moreover, this was also a humiliation to the Flying Feather Martial Hall. Kid, what are you trying to do? Those experts who were surrounding the Zen word all let out low voices. They were quiet and motionless like immovable wisdom kings. However, their auras were like high mountains in flowing water, with a touch of Tao. After they spoke, the entire Grand Hall became oppressive. However, Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. He came to the front of those experts and stared at the Zen word on the ground. He could see that this word seemed simple, but in fact, it was mixed with the order of martial arts. When a martial artist visualized the Zen word, it could greatly increase their strength. Presumably, this mysterious word was left behind by the experts of the Flying Feather Martial Hall. Bang! Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped down hard. The ground cracked, and the seemingly ordinary word was immediately trampled into pieces. I said, I'm here to challenge the dojo. This stomp caused the Grand Hall to become even more silent. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling once again stated his purpose for coming here. Boom! Chapter 3461. It shouldn't be difficult to beat you up. As for the people surrounding the Zen character, they remained seated, but their bodies were trembling. They stared at the broken ground, their hearts bleeding. That was because the seemingly simple word was priceless. Do you know what you're doing? Yes. At the same time, all the powerhouses raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Everyone knew that the arrogant young man was in trouble. Boom! Boom! However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, multicolored flames erupted. Within the flames, figures flew out one after another, smashing into the hard walls. Then, they powerlessly slid down. Cracks appeared on the walls as well. If the attacker had not shown mercy, the entire Soaring Feather Martial Arts Hall would have been destroyed by that attack. Those who flew out were the same powerhouses from before, and none of them were left. Everyone knew that there were early-stage martial progenitors among the experts. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty and looked at the center of the hall. There, a man in a blue robe stood upright like a pine tree. At the same time, his calm voice drifted into everyone's ears like the wind. Do you not understand the word challenge? Or did I not make it clear enough? Yes. Everyone was so angry that their teeth were itching, as if they had been severely humiliated. However, Lin Ling's strength was so strong that they could not do anything. Bastard! This guy is lawless. Does he think that there is no one in the Feiyu Martial Club? If someone like him was in Jojo, he would have been killed long ago. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. They spoke one after another. They did not expect that Lin Ling did not want to challenge the Feiyu Martial Club so brazenly. He wanted to negotiate with the Feiyu Martial Club, but the Feiyu Martial Club saw that he was not there to learn martial arts and immediately chased him away. This was obviously not directed at Lin Ling, but at the rules of the Feiyu Martial Club. However, since the other party followed the rules of the Feiyu Martial Club, Lin Ling would naturally obey them and openly challenge them. Teacher. Suddenly, everyone glanced in the same direction and saw a few figures slowly walking into the hall through a door. The one leading them was an intermediate martial progenitor realm expert. Daoist Heavenly Feather. This was clearly an elder of the Soaring Feather Martial Dojo, and his strength was not weak at all. That person looked to be in his 40s. He was tall and sturdy, and had a majestic aura that could crush one's soul. He carried a sword on his back and wore a green robe. His steps were not fast, but they seemed to carry the rhythm of heaven and earth within them. Seeing this, everyone saluted. Lin Ling looked over as well. He had finally seen an expert. He had long known that for the Feiyu Martial Arts House to be located in Intentionless City, they must be quite capable. However, other than the teachers here, the others were very ordinary and couldn't be compared to the Wind Snow Academy. Although his cultivation level was about the same as Zhuang Yanming and the rest, his talent was still slightly weaker. Some of them were even existences with desolate bodies. It was no wonder they could not enter the school. Kid, where are your elders? Daoist Heavenly Feather looked calmly at Lin Ling. His face was calm as usual. It was obvious that he was used to this. I don't have any elders. I'm alone. You can send your experts to challenge me. Lin Ling said calmly. You should know that the price of failing to challenge the dojo is very high. Although you won't die, you might be crippled. Daoist Heavenly Feather said again. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with a fierce aura. It was obvious that even if Lin Ling gave up on challenging the dojo, he would not let Lin Ling leave in peace. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. However, he did not mind and smiled. Seeing Lin Ling smile, Daoist Heavenly Feather said again, it seems like you don't know how many experts we have in the Soaring Feather Martial Arts House. Men, according to the rules of the dojo, challenge him. With a loud shout, even more powerhouses walked out of the door. These people were all disciples of the dojo. Their strength was between the peak of the Sage Realm and the Rank 1 Martial Ancestor Realm. Their talents were also more powerful than the previous challengers. They all possessed the ultimate second-grade desolate body. Of course, although their talents were not weak, their potential was average. Perhaps they would reach their limit after 1 or 2 grades. Senior brother Shin is here. That's great. He's back. That's senior brother Hao Nan, the #1 genius in Yuzhou 3,000 years ago. Ha, the experts of the Soaring Feather Martial Arts House are back. This kid is dead meat. Looking at those experts, everyone became happy. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, these people are barely enough to satisfy me. He was here to stimulate his talent. The stronger his opponents were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Furthermore, their strength could not exceed Lin Ling's tolerance. Therefore, the people in front of him were just right. Ha ha ha. At the thought of this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh heartily. As his laughter echoed, the hall fell silent. Everyone was tongue-tied. They thought that Lin Ling would be afraid with the return of their senior brother. Even if he was not afraid, it would be as if he was facing a great enemy. Who knew that Lin Ling was even happier than them? Daoist Heavenly Feather's face darkened. However, due to seniority, he could not make a move. He could only watch as his disciple taught Lin Ling a lesson. You are here to challenge us. Sage Realm. The senior brothers who walked in looked at Lin Ling indifferently. I've already said this 3 times. Lin Ling looked at that person. That person's strength was barely enough for Lin Ling's eyes. He nodded and said, to put it nicely, I'm here to challenge you. To put it bluntly, I'm here to beat you up. Since you dare to open a martial arts house here, you have to accept the challenges of others. If you can't even defeat the challengers, you'd better go home and plant sweet potatoes. His words were fearless, frivolous, and arrogant. Those senior brothers who had just walked in were also enraged at this moment. Beat us up. A Sage Realm cultivator dares to beat us up. It's you, son of the demon. Furthermore, someone recognized Lin Ling, son of the demon. What's that? I think I've heard of him. He seems to be very famous in the 9 prefectures. Fuck, do you think that just because you're strong in the 9 prefectures, you can do whatever you want in the final world? Many people immediately reacted. I see. The man named Senior Brother Haonan walked out. I've been away for 3 days, but I'm looking at you in a different light. Son of the demon Lin Ling, I know you are from the God Destruction Alliance. Your strength is not bad, but this is the final world. Your bit of strength is nothing in the final world. Clearly, he wanted to be the first to challenge Lin Ling. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that his talent was extremely strange and varied. However, he did not care because he had a second-grade ultimate desolate body. In front of a powerful ultimate desolate body, everything was futile. My strength is not as powerful as the rumors say, but it shouldn't be difficult to beat you up. Lin Ling also took a step forward as his aura emanated. He knew that it was difficult to activate the Dark North Divine technique alone. Therefore, he had to incite the anger of these people. And in fact, the anger of the crowd was like adding oil to a fire. It shouldn't be difficult to beat you up. Chapter 34-62. His anger was pushed to the limit. Inferno Fiend Body. Senior Brother Haonan had never suffered such humiliation before. His aura was like a raging inferno as it surged out. Raging sand and raging flames erupted at this moment. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the Inferno God Body. Speaking of which, the Inferno God Body was of the same lineage as the Inferno God Lin Ling cultivated in the past. Pang! Endless raging winds howled, sweeping up waves of sand that protected Senior Brother Haonan. Most importantly, it was the fiery sand. A palm rushed out from the raging winds, suppressing Lin Ling. This immediately caused the hall to erupt into cheers. A second-grade ultimate desolate body could dominate any place in the 9 prefectures. One of the 100 great bloodlines. No wonder you can't even enter the academy. Not only are you old, but your talent and potential are limited. Such a bloodline can only dominate the 9 prefectures. The final world is not suitable for you. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he said nonchalantly. In the past, one of the 100 great bloodlines was a very rare talent for him. But now, one of the 100 great bloodlines could hardly catch his eye. All the experts he encountered were enveloped in divine light, as though they were the descendants of true gods. Pang! The void burned before it was shattered by the fiery sand. A palm struck Lin Ling, causing a terrifying fiery sandstorm to sweep out. However, the martial arts dojo immediately activated a powerful array to block the impact, but the Flying Feather martial arts dojo also swayed a little. How powerful! Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He can't even withstand a single blow. Senior Brother Haonan stood in front of Lin Ling. He was surprised that his attack had succeeded, but in front of him, a temperature that was even hotter than his flames emanated. I should be the one saying that to you. Looking up, Lin Ling was standing there with colorful flames burning around him. It was the spacetime fire. Furthermore, it was a 4th-grade spacetime fire. This was not something senior brother Haonan could withstand. Even if he stood there and allowed Lin Ling to hit him, he would not be able to do anything to him. And at this moment, a palm reached out from the void and grabbed senior brother Haonan's neck before smashing him to the ground. Rumble. A force even more terrifying than before erupted. Previously, when senior brother Haonan attacked, the Flying Feather Martial School was slightly shaken, but now, it was 30% shaken. The colorful flames were like fireflies as they scattered in all directions. After they scattered, people saw a figure sitting there drinking wine. The person sitting there was senior brother Haonan. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His hair was a mess, his face was covered in blood, and who knew how many teeth he had lost. His face was filled with fear. Obviously, Lin Ling was holding back. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Sigh, is your Flying Feather Martial School a gathering place of trash? This guy who can only make a chair is actually your senior brother. Are you blind, or am I blind? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted over. His words were incomparably arrogant, as if he was trampling on everyone's self-esteem. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was indeed strong, but he shouldn't be too arrogant. You should be the teacher of the Flying Feather Martial School, right? No wonder you're so bad. I came here to discuss some things with you out of goodwill, but you told me to scram. Now, don't you think it's a sad thing to tell someone who's so much stronger than you to scram? And now, even your senior brother has been defeated. Don't you feel ashamed? Or are you born with thick skin? Sigh. Ignoring the angry disciples, Lin Ling looked at the teacher again. He spoke slowly as if he was talking about something very normal. Daoist Heavenly Feather was stunned and almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling was mocking him after mocking his disciples. This was too much. If not for the fact that he had scruples about the world order and the rules of the martial school, he would have attacked long ago. The son of the devil, the son of the devil. This was simply a great devil. What happened? Daoist Heavenly Feather obviously couldn't do anything. However, the savior of the Flying Feather Martial School had finally appeared. This person was the strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School. He came from the Fu Hang Manor and was a genius that was heavily nurtured by the forces of the 9 states. Under countless gazes, a handsome young man walked in from the main door with a few beautiful ladies in his arms. However, the scene in the main hall shocked him. Senior brother Lin Jingyu. When the surrounding people saw him, they quickly shouted and told him everything that had happened. As for the handsome young man, he was smiling at first, but his face gradually darkened. Challenge. And beat up all his junior brothers until they didn't dare to speak. Most importantly, this person was the son of the devil. He was a genius nurtured by the Fu Hang Manor, so he naturally knew who the son of the devil was. And this was exactly what he wanted, because he knew how much the Fu Hang Manor wanted to kill Lin Ling. Although this was the final world, and there were deities here, so he didn't dare to act recklessly, but it shouldn't be a problem to cripple Lin Ling. Son of the devil. Lin Jingyu raised his head and smiled at Lin Ling. However, his smile was somewhat cold. Senior brother Jingyu, stomp him to death. Cheers immediately came from the surroundings. The strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School was about to fight. One had to know that when the experts of the Flying Feather Martial School were not around, senior brother Lin Jingyu would guide them on behalf of their teacher. In other words, Lin Jingyu could be considered half a teacher. How could the son of the devil be a match for a teacher-level person teaching the son of the devil a lesson? Lin Ling also looked at Lin Jingyu. His 10,000 demonic eyes instantly saw through his strength. Second-level martial ancestor realm, third-grade ultimate desolate body. This strength was not bad. Lin Jingyu originally wanted to tell Lin Ling about the 9 states and the Fu Hang manor, but Lin Ling was faster than him. You are the strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School. How disappointing, hugging a beauty in each hand. Are you trying to prove how popular you are? On the path of martial arts, you have not even seen through the inner demon of lust. I really don't understand how you came to the final world. Let me remind you, you can go into seclusion in the universal void for 1,000 years. When you come out, everything will be meaningless in your heart. You will know that lust is nothing. What? Lin Jingyu was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. This was because Lin Ling was giving Lin Jingyu pointers. As the number 1 genius of the Flying Feather Martial School, Lin Jingyu was usually the one giving pointers to others. Regardless of how calm Lin Jingyu's temperament was, he could not hold himself back after hearing those words. Enough! He roared furiously. I don't care why you are here, and I don't care what kind of background you have, but everyone has a reverse scale. You challenged the school the moment you arrived, defeated my junior brothers, and even sat on their bodies to drink. How can I tolerate this? You humiliated my seniors as soon as you arrived, causing them to be unable to vent their anger. How can I tolerate this? You scolded me as soon as you arrived in front of my lover. How can I tolerate this? Even if you are the son of the devil whose name resounds throughout the 9 states, I still have to teach you a lesson today. Everyone has their own pride. Chapter 34-63. Frivolous and unruly. The entire hall seemed to have become illusionary, gorgeous and colorful. Birth of all creations, return to origin. In the hall, everyone's heart calmed down. Other than them, everything returned to its initial state. The lush grass quietly returned to its initial state. The gorgeous flowers quietly returned to their budding state. It was extremely magical. Free and unfettered God. The teacher smiled. He knew that this was the bloodline of a free and unfettered God from the era of gods. This free and unfettered God was recorded in the classics as being invincible. He could save the world and borrow people from the underworld. He could be said to be an omnipotent existence. And this free and unfettered God had traveled all over the world. It was said that he had even left this world. From the perspective of mortals like them, the free and unfettered God was the divine doctor among the gods. However, he did not only heal mortals, but gods as well. What a strange talent. It gives me the feeling that there is soul power, but it is also enveloped by the light of gods. Everything about me seems to be sealed, returning to its initial state. Especially the realm-devouring beast's talent, it feels like it is in a deep slumber. Lin Ling was still sitting on senior brother Haonan's lap, drinking wine casually. However, he was a little surprised. This was because the powerful talents he had seen were mostly offensive. However, this person's talent was more about influencing the opponent. Looking at the white world in front of him again, Lin Ling could only vaguely see a little of it, but not everything. This also meant that although Lin Jingyu's ultimate desolate body was only a 3rd grade one, its potential was not weak. Unfortunately, its attack power is a little weak. After a moment of investigation, Lin Ling shook his head. Although his realm-devouring beast talent was sealed, he had more than one powerful talent. Hiding in the white clouds. Lin Ling was ready to make his move. His soul power spread out, fusing with his talents and quietly transforming. However, because the realm-devouring beast was sealed, he fused with the double dragon talent. His speed instantly approached 500 world speed. Without the realm-devouring beast's talent, his speed was slower than usual. However, finding Lin Jingyu was obviously not difficult. Lin Ling grabbed out with his hand, and it was as if he was looking for a wisp of duckweed in the boundless world. Even if the Grand Tao was boundless, it seemed to be unable to escape Lin Ling's eyes. His speed was too fast. His soul power was too strong. As long as he could find a trace, he would be able to catch Lin Jingyu in this strange world. At this moment, Lin Jingyu was invisible. He had turned into a white cloud in this world. However, an arm appeared out of nowhere as if it wanted to break his world. What? Lin Jingyu was shocked. Impossible. How could this be? He was a second-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, he was no ordinary martial progenitor. He was comparable to the top geniuses of the academy. However, the son of the devil actually found him. Bang! The palm reached out as if it had grasped an invisible great Tao. But at that moment, Lin Ling appeared. His arm was grabbed by Lin Ling. This caused his expression to change tremendously. He tried to break free, but he realized that it was a dragon claw grabbing onto his arm, preventing him from doing so. Meanwhile, a demonic figure appeared among the clouds. Upon taking a closer look, it was a monster that resembled both a dragon and a human. The appearance of such a monster in the magnificent cloud world was as if a demonic god had appeared among the peaceful heavens and earth. Your talent is still lacking in strength. It's fine if you can influence your opponent, but if you can't, that's all you've got. Kid, don't rely too much on your talent. Your foundation is important too. Lin Ling's hoarse voice could be heard, causing Lin Jingyu to clench his teeth in anger. Even now, this guy still did not forget to scold him. You mentioned that you have your pride, but in my opinion, that's all you've got. What pride do you have? You've lost. Bang! Lin Ling clenched his other claw into a fist and threw a powerful punch at Lin Jingyu's chest. With the strength of his flesh and the 5 dantians, even a second-layer martial progenitor would not be able to resist the punch. Rumble. The magnificent world instantly shattered like glass. A figure flew out and smashed into the wall of the main hall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. Following which, the figure slid down powerlessly. Lin Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand up. He was unwilling to give up, but in the next moment, a powerful force engulfed his entire body. With a plop, he finally collapsed and fainted. He believed that he was a genius nurtured by Fu Heng Manor and that it would not be difficult for him to defeat Lin Ling. However, if he knew what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest, he would not have such confidence. In the Starry Sky Forest, their Fu Heng Manor was completely annihilated. However, because of this, only 2 people knew what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest. They were Duan Wuhan and Ningbo Tao. They would not reveal what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest. At this moment, Lin Ling returned to his original form and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that this challenge had not only stimulated one's talent, it had also allowed him to witness an even more powerful ultimate desolate body. Senior Brother Jingyu. After a short moment of silence in the main hall, horrified voices could be heard. Even their soaring feather martial house's senior brother had been defeated. Furthermore, the person who had defeated him was only at the Sage Realm. A sense of horror spread through everyone's hearts. Even Daoist Heavenly Feather's body trembled at this moment. He did not find it strange that the son of the demon had defeated an ordinary martial ancestor. However, he had defeated Lin Jingyu, who had an ultimate 3rd-grade desolate body. If that was the case, no one in the Soaring Feather Martial House could stop the son of the demon. He was defeated just like that. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice could be heard. What a disappointment. Could he be faking it? I knew it. A guy who is obsessed with women has no dignity. When he encounters a small setback, all he can do is pretend to be dead and escape. Sigh, how can such a person talk about martial arts? His voice was still filled with disdain and frivolity. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but when they heard his arrogant words, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. They had lost and it was already embarrassing. However, the son of the demon was adding insult to injury. Damn it! What nonsense are you talking about? Senior brother Jingyu was not faking it. Didn't you see him vomit blood? He vomited 3 meters away. Furthermore, with senior brother Jingyu's character, as long as he could not beat him, he would immediately beg for mercy. It was impossible for him to pretend to be dead. Someone said angrily. Clearly, he was so angry at Lin Ling that he was about to cry. Shut up. However, the person next to him immediately slapped him. Can your mouth talk? How can senior brother Jingyu be someone who would easily beg for mercy? Aren't you mocking senior brother Jingyu for bullying the weak and fearing the strong? But, I can't watch him humiliate senior brother Jingyu. The person who was slapped said innocently. He did not know that his words were the greatest humiliation. As for Xiaoyu and company, they were watching and could not help but laugh. Chapter 34-64. What a great humiliation. Enough. Is this the feathery dojo? You're all a bunch of trash with weak strength. You'd better go home and farm. At this time, Lin Ling stopped these people from talking too much. Then, Lin Ling smiled faintly. If you're not as strong as others, then you should obediently kneel down and call me big brother. I hate people like you the most. You're weak but stubborn. You won't accept it even if I talk to you. Submit? Submit my ass. Everyone almost roared in anger. Lin Ling had defeated them. If he had a bit of grace, they would be wholeheartedly convinced. But what about Lin Ling? After defeating them, he was arrogant and trampling on them. How could they be convinced? They were all martial artists with dignity. How about this? I don't like to bully people, so I'll give you a chance. Lin Ling spoke again, none of you are my match in a one-on-one battle. I will also end up being labeled as someone who bullies the weak. So, why don't you join forces? Perhaps you will still have a chance. Of course, it's also very slim. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Ling finally revealed his purpose. However, as soon as he said that, the Flying Feather Martial Dojo went into an uproar. Don't like to bully others. Do you think you haven't bullied me enough? Furthermore, there was still a chance if they worked together, but it was very slim. This was looking down on him too much. The senior called Daoist Heavenly Feather was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Flying Feather Martial House had a history of 10,000 years in Intentionless City. It was not that they had never met arrogant people, but it was the first time they had met someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. Come on, use your full strength. I'll just stand here and let you attack me. If you can force me to take a step back, I'll immediately apologize and never step into this place again. Therefore, you must use your full strength. Moreover, this will also allow you to experience the gap between the strong and the weak. It will also be helpful for your martial arts journey. Lin Ling said slowly, ignoring everyone's anger. Take a step back. There are so many of us. Even if you're a true martial god, you won't be able to stop us. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. An evil fire erupted in everyone's heart. They had the urge to chop the devil's son into pieces because he was too much of a bully. Seeing this, Lin Ling waved at the crowd. Actually, it's very simple. I just looked down on you. Come on. Go. Daoist Heavenly Feather was the first to roar. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He was so angered by the son of devil that he almost went mad. Kill him. Everyone, work together. Everyone's anger had reached its peak. This made Xiaoyu and the others a little worried. They were afraid that Lin Ling had gone too far. However, Lin Ling's eyes shone brightly. He had prepared so much just to let this group of people's anger reach its peak. Only then would they be able to display extraordinary strength. After all, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat this group of people. The difficult part was to let them erupt with 120% of their strength. Lin Ling had also evaluated this strength. It wouldn't be good if it was weaker, and it would be beyond Lin Ling's limit if it was stronger. Therefore, the current situation was just right. Rumble. In the main hall, all kinds of great power and talent power bombarded Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling immediately activated the Dark North Godly Art and used his body to resist the power. He stood straight like a pine tree. His body was strong and his defense was terrifying. All kinds of power rushed into his body, but most of it was blocked by his strong defense. The remaining power poured into the Dark North Godly Art. In Lin Ling's body, a thin eggshell-like power appeared. It absorbed the external power and formed another kind of mysterious power that poured into the space-time divine steel. This power was very similar to the one that Emperor God Zhang Gang had given to Lin Ling. Rumble. In just a moment, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel had reached the 4th grade. The power of time, space, and fire had also reached the limit. The space-time divine eye had finally recovered to its peak state. Fire and lightning appeared in his eyes. Lin Ling's hair danced wildly. Colorful flames appeared in his eyes. He only needed to look and the space-time divine steel would immediately suppress him. However, he didn't attack. He wanted to fully activate the space-time divine steel's potential. Who told you to be arrogant? Die. At this moment, the eyes of the experts of the Flying Feather Martial sect were red. They worked together to attack Lin Ling, but what surprised them was that Lin Ling was like a stone pillar, not moving at all. Their ferocious boundary energies hit Lin Ling's body as if they hit the sea, disappearing without a trace. This made everyone so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Too weak, too weak. Did you guys not eat? Or are you all like that senior brother Jingyu? Are you all pussies? On the contrary, Lin Ling's body was dripping with pleasure. He couldn't help but roar. Fuck. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Everyone was already depressed. When they saw Lin Ling pushing his luck, they were so angry that their hair stood on end. Not to mention that they were men, even if they were women, they would have lost their minds at this moment. Disciples, use all your skills and talents. You must smash this kid to the ground. If you succeed today, all your tuition fees will be waived. Moreover, the martial arts school will have other rewards. Daoist Heavenly Feather roared. His eyes were filled with anger as if he was about to devour someone. Today, the Son of Demon had humiliated their Flying Feather Martial sect to the extreme. Now, if all the disciples couldn't suppress the Son of Demon, then would there still be a place for the Flying Feather Martial sect to stay in Intentionless City? If this matter were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their morale was like a flame. However, their strongest disciple had been defeated by Lin Ling. Even if they joined forces, their strength was limited. They couldn't be compared to those experts from the Snow Wind Academy. After fighting for a full 2 hours, Lin Ling was getting more and more energetic. The potential of the space-time divine steel was constantly stimulated, and it was moving towards the 5th grade. Looking at the experts from the Flying Feather Martial sect, they were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and their boundary essence was almost exhausted. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover. Could this guy be made of King Kong? If we join forces, we can destroy 10,000 worlds and sweep through the 9 states. But he didn't even take a step back. Is he still human? The people from the Flying Feather Martial sect said weakly. At this moment, they didn't look angry at all. They even had difficulty speaking as they panted heavily. They stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. They were the ones who attacked, but the one who was being beaten wasn't afraid. Instead, they were the ones who attacked. What kind of situation was this? You guys, use more strength. Didn't you eat? Trash, you disappoint me. I beg you, use more strength. You only need to hold on for an hour. Help me. When Lin Ling saw that the energy entering his body was getting weaker and weaker, he couldn't help but feel anxious. However, no one dared to look at him. They fell to the ground in a mess, turning a deaf ear to Lin Ling's arrogant provocation. Chapter 3465. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. His name shook intentionless city. Heavens! Daoist Heavenly Feather's face was as red as an eggplant. He had practiced martial arts for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he had encountered such humiliation. In his opinion, Lin Ling's request for help was actually a disguised form of humiliation. However, he had wronged Lin Ling because Lin Ling was really asking for their help. His space-time divine steel was only a thin film away from the 5th grade. However, the disciples of Feather Martial Arts Dojo were out of energy again. Sigh, forget it. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll come again tomorrow to ask for more advice. Lin Ling knew that there was no point in continuing, so he sighed and left. Again. Everyone was celebrating the departure of the son of the demon, but when they heard the last sentence, they all panicked. The humiliation was not over yet. Another round tomorrow. However, no matter how unwilling they were, Lin Ling appeared again the next day and made a ruckus. The strong fighters were so angry that their hair stood on end, and they bombarded Lin Ling again. However, it was to no avail. This went on for 3 days. In the end, no matter how much Lin Ling mocked them, they ignored him. You want to see the gods with your looks. Even the gods don't want you if you stand guard for them. Bring out some fighting spirit. Martial artists, the more you fight, the braver you get. Take life and death lightly, and fight if you're not convinced. That's what a martial artist is like. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. You're so ugly, and you're so weak. You're the ultimate humiliation of the world. Seeing that everyone was like mud, Lin Ling's words became more and more cunning. Fuck, what a venomous mouth. Although I'm angry, no matter what you say, I won't fight anymore. However, all the strong fighters had lost their will to resist. They were indeed like mud, and even their martial arts hearts were traumatized. As for Lin Ling, he was extremely regretful because other than the first round of attacks, the second and third times were weak. This caused the space-time divine steel to always be a hair's breadth away from the final limit. Forget it, I'll come again tomorrow. I hope you'll think about it tonight. Lin Ling had no choice but to leave. Big brother, please don't come. Even if you come, we won't do anything. Please spare us. That's right. I've been practicing martial arts for so long, and I've never been afraid of anything. But now, I finally know what fear is. Why don't you go to another martial arts club? Look at Daoist Heavenly Feather. He hasn't appeared in 3 days. I heard that he's hiding in his home and doesn't dare to come out. Our dojo underestimated you once, but you trampled on our dojo for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone cried and said. That won't do. On the path of martial arts, there is no such thing as giving up halfway. Moreover, our cooperation is quite comfortable. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. Comfortable. Everyone's eyes became even more moist. The son of the devil was comfortable, but they were having a hard time. Because of this, many people were planning to leave the dojo. Little ancestor, grandpa, if you really want a sparring partner, you can go to other dojos. If you continue to challenge them, they won't dare to do anything. This won't achieve the effect you want. Look at them. At this time, a sullen voice was heard. It was Taoist Heavenly Feather. He was too ashamed to face Lin Ling, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He pointed at the disciples of the dojo and said. Lin Ling's gaze swept across them, and only then did he realize that all the experts of the Soaring Feather Dojo looked dispirited. Some of them were lying straight on their beds, as if they had seen through life and death. If you want me to fight, I won't fight. You can kill me. Lin Ling couldn't help but ponder because the truth was the same as what Taoist Heavenly Feather had said. He couldn't stay in Intentionless City for long. Moreover, after fighting with these people for 3 days, he was a little tired. If that's the case, then forget it. I'll go to another dojo. Lin Ling finally made up his mind and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Ling's slender figure disappear, everyone was stunned. After a while, they finally wiped away their tears and let out a hearty laugh. The son of the devil is finally gone. That's great, that's great. He's simply the great devil king. I hope he goes to other dojos. Senior Heavenly Feather, he's gone. He's finally gone. Some excited people even pounced on Taoist Heavenly Feather and hugged him. Taoist Heavenly Feather's tears flowed down his face as he nodded and said with relief, he's gone. He's gone. These ancestors have shown themselves. The Soaring Feather Dojo had been here for tens of thousands of years and had seen all kinds of storms. However, at this moment, Taoist Heavenly Feather had a feeling that the Soaring Feather Dojo had just survived a great calamity. The next day, Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and the rest to another dojo. This dojo was called the Demon Slayer Dojo. Just like the Soaring Feather Dojo, when they found out that Lin Ling was not here to learn martial arts, their attitude was extremely bad. Lin Ling did not give them any face and directly shouted, "Trash, I'm here to challenge your dojo. When it comes to martial arts, I'm sorry, but everyone here is trash." What? No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Don't be surprised. After seeing me, you'll suddenly realize that strength can be so concrete. Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to provoke them. Bastard! Fight him! However, the dojo's experts took turns to fight, but they were all defeated by Lin Ling. With your strength, I have 100 ways to defeat you, but you can't do anything. So, you should join forces. This is your only chance. After Lin Ling defeated all the disciples of the dojo, his momentum became even more arrogant. Without any suspense, the disciples of the dojo were furious and joined forces to fight Lin Ling. Xiaoyu and the rest were watching and could not help but chuckle. They did not expect Lin Ling to have the potential to be a villain. As for the result of joining forces, it was just as Lin Ling had guessed. No one could shake Lin Ling. Instead, Lin Ling's spacetime divine steel was constantly activated. However, this final threshold was actually more difficult than Lin Ling had imagined. This also meant that any talent had its limits. If one wanted to surpass the limits, they would have to put in a lot of effort. However, Lin Ling was not in a hurry. There were many dojos in Intentionless City. Sooner or later, he would be able to break through his talent. However, what made Lin Ling depressed was that the Demon Slayer Dojo surrendered the next day. They had even less fighting spirit than the Soaring Feather Dojo. Moreover, when Lin Ling went over early in the morning, he saw countless disciples kneeling down. Trash! Moreover, no matter how Lin Ling provoked them, these people were like mud. They did not even have the courage to raise their heads to look at Lin Ling, let alone fight. We're trash, we're trash. Ancestor Grandpa, we've heard about the Soaring Feather Dojo. Please go and destroy the other dojos. The dojo master cried. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was here to challenge the disciples, and none of them were a match for Lin Ling. Therefore, he was extremely helpless. Trash. Chapter 3466. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. A breakthrough in talent. That's right, we are trash. The Slay Demon Martial Arts Dojo was indeed thick-skinned. They laughed bitterly as they endured Lin Ling's sarcasm. However, after Lin Ling left, they all felt as if they had just survived a calamity. The son of the devil, that's the son of the devil, the great demon king of the God Slayer Alliance. How terrifying! Such a devil has entered the gods' world. Why didn't the gods punish him? No matter what, he's finally gone. We're much luckier than Feiyu Martial Arts Dojo. I heard that they were tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. Luckily, we surrendered quickly. I'm looking forward to seeing him wreak havoc on the other martial arts dojos. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the Slay Demon Martial Arts Dojo, who had a bitter face a moment ago, were gloating in the next moment. That was because the martial arts dojos in Intentionless City were all enemies. They were naturally happy to see Lin Ling wreak havoc on the other martial arts dojos. The son of the devil's name had spread throughout the entire Intentionless City. As more and more martial arts dojos were being challenged, the various martial arts dojos were in a state of panic. Of course, there were some who did not believe that the son of the devil was so powerful. The son of the devil is here. A martial arts practitioner from Jojo dares to be so arrogant. So what? None of our martial arts dojos are his match. I suspect that he's already a student of the 36 college. You guys are really trash. If you can't win individually, why don't you guys gang up on him? Don't your disciples have any self-respect? Your Excellency, it's easy for you to say that. After the son of the devil arrogantly defeated all of our disciples, he was besieged by them. But what's the use? He just stood there and didn't move. Our disciples couldn't defeat him. So powerful. The news continued to spread through the streets and alleys, shocking Intentionless City. For a moment, some of the old monsters in Intentionless City could not sit still. Although Intentionless City was a secondary city, they were still an ancient city under the gods. How could they allow someone to behave so arrogantly here? The city lord, especially, was furious. The son of the devil dared to behave so atrociously in his territory. Lord City Lord, the son definitely can't be allowed to leave. However, after the city lord's mansion received the news, someone also came to pay a visit. This group of people wasn't weak at all, and they were led by a handsome young man. Moreover, they'd even produced the Duan clan's identity token, and this caused the city governor to personally receive them. Several figures were already waiting in front of the gate of the city lord mansion. When the city lord came out, an indifferent voice was heard. City Lord, I'm Duan Yun, and I happened to pass by here. After I heard the news, I came to help you on behalf of the Duan family. The young man in the lead had his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Although he was young, he had the aura of a superior. Duan Yun. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize him. These were not the youths of the Duan clan who had been with Longyang and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in Snow-Blowing City. It was just that at that time, they were all thrown out of Snow-Blowing City by the city lord's guards, which made the Duan clan lose face. As for this matter, Duan Yun still couldn't understand. However, if Lin Ling was hiding in Snow-Blowing City, Duan Yun wouldn't be able to do anything. However, if he was in Intentionless City, Lin Ling would definitely die. For this matter, City Lord, please dispatch the guards to stop Lin Ling. Don't let him escape, and I'll kill him. Duan Yun sneered. The City Lord was originally curious about Lin Ling's identity, so he had been watching from the sidelines. But now, he no longer had any scruples. After all, even the Duan clan had been mobilized. If the Devil's Son really had a big background, the Duan clan would be able to handle everything. However, the city lord still asked cautiously, "The devil's son seems to be very famous in the 9 states. Does he have any background?" "What background?" "It's just that he's new to the final world, so not many people know about him. Our Duan clan wouldn't pay attention to this little cockroach. Otherwise, if the Duan clan were to act, how could the devil's son still be alive? However, I know that the devil's son seems to have some connections in Snow-Blowing City." "Of course, that's all," Duan Yun said indifferently. Snow-Blowing City. The city lord immediately frowned. Snow-Blowing City was the main city, and the city lord Sang Chiri's background was not small at all. "Don't worry. Do you think the city lord of Snow-Blowing City would come here for the devil's son?" Duan Yun glanced at the city lord and said with a faint smile. The city lord was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. "That's right. Although the devil's son was famous, it was only in the 9 states. The people of the final world would not give him face. The city lord of Snow-Blowing City and the devil's son were just ordinary friends. Young Master Duan, don't worry. Our intentionless city will support you in this matter," the city lord immediately said to Duan Yun. Duan Yun laughed loudly, nodded, and left with the few people beside him. These young people were all thrown out of Snow-Blowing City by Lin Ling. Now that they met Lin Ling, they were naturally very happy. They would return the humiliation of the past 100 times. "Devil's son, last time in Snow-Blowing City, you had the protection of the guards. Otherwise, do you think you are my opponent?" "Brother Yun, the devil's son is only arrogant in the 9 states. Against us, the god's son of the final world, he is just trash. I can defeat him with one hand, no, with one finger." "That's right. If the devil's son was really powerful, he would have been famous in the final world's 36 colleges. But now, who has heard of him? Maybe he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the 36 colleges. If we kill the devil's son, we will be famous in the Duan family." Duan Yun and the others were extremely excited. In the end, they even laughed loudly. They did not know that their Duan family's 4 talisman god paladin, Duan Wuhan, had suffered at the hands of Lin Ling. If not for the appearance of their old ancestor, he would have been dead. If he wanted to fight with Lin Ling, it was obvious that he was still lacking. During this period of time, Lin Ling had defeated all the dojos in Intentionless City, causing a lot of resentment. "Hero, I kneel before you. I beg you to stop tormenting our dojos. If it weren't for the rules between dojos, we elders would have attacked him. Go, I will give you 100 million royal crystals. I only beg you to leave our heaven-shocking dojo." The dojo masters, whether they were old monsters who had founded sects in the 9 states or experts who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, were all begging Lin Ling. Some were even giving him money directly. This was because the most important thing for them to open dojos was reputation. Therefore, the dojo masters and other experts could not attack Lin Ling. If they did, others would laugh at the dojo, saying that the dojo's disciples were inferior and could only rely on the help of their elders. After Lin Ling had defeated all the dojos, he stopped his crazy actions. This was because he sensed that the time and space divine steel had finally broken through the eggshell membrane. In the inn, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. His body was suffused with colorful flames that were sacred and ancient. These flames seemed to be able to sweep through time and space. Crackle. An ear-piercing sound came from the void. Chapter 3467. The entire city was celebrating. If a fire elemental warrior was here to witness such a strange scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because Lin Ling's flames could burn through 10,000 worlds, but they could not burn everything around him. In this world, when there was a type of flame that could not burn everything, it was the power of the ancestral flame. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His pupils turned colorful. Flames appeared in his palm as he gently waved it forward. The entire room immediately burned. It was colorful and extremely dazzling. However, upon closer inspection, the flames were burning. They wrapped around the things in the room, but they did not burn anything. The power of the ancestral flame. I never expected the spacetime divine steel to give birth to the power of the ancestral flame after reaching the 5th grade. This is the ancestral flame. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had not cultivated the spacetime divine steel to such a level. And the ultimate desolate body after the 5th grade seemed to be a new domain. Returning to the origin, everything returned to the ancestral flame. The ancestral flame represented the most ancient existence of all things. It was the first existence to be born, the first drop of water, the first flame. These were the ancestral flame. All the flames, water droplets, and even plants came from the ancestor. This was just like the bloodline of God. The 100 great bloodlines also extended from the bloodline of God. They were offshoots and not the orthodox bloodline. Only with the qualifications of the ancestral flame could one have the orthodox bloodline. Although my spacetime divine eye has reached the 5th grade, it is ultimately not the true 5th grade. This is because of the limits of its potential. Lin Ling constantly checked as he muttered to himself. The spacetime divine eye was still incomparable to the true 5th grade ultimate desolate body. It lacked the taste of the great Tao and God. This was because of the limits of its potential. However, Lin Ling's heavenly dragon bone, great nether wind dragon, and realm-devouring beast had unlimited potential. If they reached the 5th grade, they would definitely be stronger than an ordinary person's 5th grade ultimate desolate body. This was because the realm-devouring beast was one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe. Its limit was the entire universe. As for the heavenly dragon bone and great nether wind dragon, these were the ultimate secrets of the dragon race. Their limit was the entire universe. When these talents reached the final stage, they could compete with Huan Yu. God Emperor Zhonggang once said that I have a mysterious power in my body. I think he was talking about the primal chaos divine formula. Actually, this cultivation technique doesn't just give birth to 9 dantians. More importantly, it gives birth to a kind of talent. The process of the 9 dantians increasing is the process of the talent increasing. If all 9 dantians are born, what is its limit? Lin Ling's eyes burned with anticipation. However, as the realm increased, the birth of the dantian became more and more difficult. The road that he had to walk next was one that even Li Xiaoyao had never walked before. Let's not think about that. Let's look at the spacetime god eye. Lin Ling closed his eyes and sensed the time-space divine steel in his dantian. The ancient time-space divine steel was lying quietly in his dantian, but it was emitting an oppressive aura. A wisp of ancestral power spread out. Although it was only 10%, it was much more frightening than the power of one's cultivation. Spacetime God Eye. Then, Lin Ling shouted and opened his eyes. A terrifying thing happened. As long as he saw something with his eyes, he could make the spacetime flame appear. Moreover, the time-space divine steel could follow his eyes and break through space and time to suppress everything. This method was extremely terrifying, much more powerful than the assassination methods of Do Kening and the others. That was because this attack was similar to soul power. It was born out of thin air, and the distance could be changed according to Lin Ling's eyesight. If Lin Ling could see the myriad worlds here, then a spacetime divine steel would appear in the myriad worlds and suppress them. This was the method of a god. Lin Ling's lips curled into an excited smile. His cultivation in intentionless city had not been in vain. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling left the inn. Xiao Yu and the others left the inn early in the morning and walked around with Do Kening and the others. However, because of Lin Ling's reputation as the son of the devil, everyone was afraid of him. As a result, no one dared to provoke Xiaoyu and the others. In the eyes of many, the innocent and cute Xiaoyu was as fierce as the daughter of the great demon king. This undoubtedly made Xiaoyu very unhappy. Young Master's cultivation has ended. Young Master said to return to Snow City today. Dou Kening had also received Lin Ling's message. He immediately smiled and held Xiaoyu's hand as they walked towards the inn. Along the way, he saw the surrounding ancient martial art practitioners staring at them as if they were monsters. When Dou Kening and the others looked over, those people all lowered their heads and did not even dare to look directly at them. This strange behavior made Cruel Sword, who had always been cold, laugh uncontrollably. Ah, the shadow of a tree, the name of a man. Dou Kening also smiled helplessly. In terms of strength, there were many people in Intentionless City who were stronger than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's fierce reputation was even more terrifying. He had destroyed all the martial arts centers. This caused Lin Ling to be like the great demon king, stronger than anyone in Intentionless City. As they left, the originally quiet streets were once again bustling with noise. Did you hear? They're leaving. That's great, that's great. These great demon kings are finally leaving. Let the whole city know about this. Set off firecrackers. No matter what, we have to set off firecrackers. The people were in high spirits and were extremely happy. Many people did not know Lin Ling's strength, but according to the rumors, Lin Ling was too fierce. He did not even let people beg for mercy. He ate people up without spitting out their bones. Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling was very scary. Crackle. Someone in Intentionless City really set off firecrackers. Lin Ling walked along the main street. When he heard the sound of firecrackers, he could not help but frown in confusion. It seems that even in the world of God, ancient martial art practitioners evolved from mortals. When there's a festive occasion, they will still set off firecrackers. In the direction of his gaze, Dou Kening led Xiaoyu and the others over. Dou Kening smiled and said, I wonder what great news the Intentionless City's Ji family is having today that is worth setting off firecrackers. We've been here for some time and have never seen them set off firecrackers. Today, they set off firecrackers and the whole city is celebrating. It should be a joyous occasion. However, every city has its own customs and customs. This has nothing to do with us. Let's go back to Snow City. I think the old woman should be waiting for us. Lin Ling said with a smile. He carried Xiaoyu and strode toward the city gate. However, as they walked, they finally realized that something was wrong. This was because people from the various martial arts centers had appeared on the main street. They were extremely excited. They even held long firecrackers in their hands. Young Master, this joyous occasion seems to have something to do with us. Dou Kening was stunned and began to guess. Brother Ling, could it be that they set off firecrackers because we're leaving? Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide and asked innocently. Lin Ling was suddenly speechless. Was he that fierce? Then, he could not help but turn his head to look at the people beside him. Those people were stunned and then lowered their heads. Don't look at him. If you make him unhappy and he comes to our martial arts center to challenge us again, we won't be able to continue operating. Everyone, give me a smile. Smile politely. Chapter 3468. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The 10 Great Ferocious Beasts of the Universe. Lin Ling was even more speechless. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lin Ling and the rest walked towards the city gate. As they got closer to the city gate, many people became excited. Stop right there. However, at that moment, a cold voice was heard, blocking Lin Ling and the rest's path. A large number of guards appeared. They were all martial ancestors, and each of them had a cold expression on their faces. At that moment, the warriors of Intentionless City were furious. They had finally managed to get the Devil's Son to leave. What was the City Lord trying to do? Devil's Son, you have disrupted the order of Intentionless City. Therefore, you must stay. Amidst the guards, an expert dressed in a brown robe slowly walked out. He was the City Lord of Intentionless City. This made the surrounding cultivators even more anxious. Wasn't the City Lord looking for trouble when he had nothing better to do? After all, although the Devil's Son was ferocious and arrogant, he had not broken the rules. He had openly challenged them. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the City Lord. He knew that the other party's strength was very, very strong. You don't need to know who I am. What I am curious about is who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my territory. However, no matter what, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, you can't leave Intentionless City today. The City Lord said indifferently. Then, he laughed. Of course, this is the final world, right under the eyes of the gods. Therefore, I won't bully you. You can ask the person behind you to come and see if he can save you. However, I think that even if he comes, he will be locked up in Intentionless City's prison like you. After saying that, his laughter became louder and louder. It was as if he had done a great thing for Intentionless City and won the love and respect of the millions of warriors in Intentionless City. Unfortunately, he did not know this. The surrounding warriors hated him. In their opinion, if the Devil's Son continued to stay in the city, the Devil's Son would continue to challenge them. After all, they were deputy cities and could not be compared to the main cities. Furthermore, the Devil's Son continued to challenge them. How could their martial arts schools continue to operate? They might even have to return to the 9 prefectures. At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. The people behind him. Lei Gong. Or an old woman. Or Tsang Chiri. It seemed like none of them were people that the City Lord could afford to provoke. Locking Lei Gong and the others in the city's prison, only the City Lord could think of such a thing. There's no need to waste your breath on him. The Duan clan will support you today. At this moment, a sinister sneer was suddenly heard. Then, the crowd was split apart. A few young men walked out, drinking wine and walking out in a carefree manner. It was none other than Duan Yun and the others. Lin Ling immediately frowned. He recognized these people. They were the trash that used to follow Longyang. So it's you guys who are playing tricks. Could it be that you guys are addicted to being thrown and want to be thrown on the street? Lin Ling immediately laughed. Shut up. The faces of Duan Yun and the others darkened at the mention of this. This was a great humiliation to them. They were members of the Duan clan, but they were humiliated by an ant from the 9 prefectures. They were thrown on the street in front of Longyang. How could they swallow this anger? Are all members of the Duan clan so rash? I really don't know how you guys cultivate. You guys should calm down. Now tell me, was it Longyang's idea to bewitch the City Lord to find trouble with me? Lin Ling ignored their anger and said indifferently, however, Longyang is really disappointing me more and more. If she wants to take revenge on me, she can find a more powerful opponent. Finding trash like her, isn't she embarrassing herself? Calm down. Duan Yun and the others were stunned. Lin Ling had hit their sore spot. How could they remain calm? Moreover, Lin Ling actually spoke in such a disdainful tone. Duan Yun and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. The surrounding martial artists felt that this scene was very familiar. Lin Ling's casual tone and that disdainful tone, wasn't this the same tone they had encountered when they were challenging martial artists? It was indeed very infuriating. However, this time, it happened to someone else. Not only were they not angry, they felt very carefree. Perhaps they had suffered too much, so they hoped that others would also experience this feeling. I will kill you. Duan Yun roared and walked out. With your strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. Lin Ling shook his head and suddenly looked at the city lord. In the final world, killing is not allowed. Now that he wants to kill me, as the city lord, shouldn't you say something? The final world was different from the 9 prefectures. It was under the jurisdiction of the gods, so the order was very strict. As the city lord, I have the right to agree to his request. If he kills you, it will not violate the rules of the city. Of course, if you can kill him, it will be the same. The city lord said with a faint smile. He had absolute confidence in Duan Yun. The genius of the Duan clan was naturally not comparable to an ordinary person. Son of the demon, do you think you are more powerful than me? Last time, you only relied on the city lord's guards. If we really fight, you will definitely die. Duan Yun was also very confident in himself. This was because he saw that Lin Ling was only a 6th heaven sage. Although he was slightly more powerful than the last time, it was only by a little. Compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan clan, you are still much weaker. However, Lin Ling still spoke in a casual tone. He put Xiao Yu down and walked out. I have never killed anyone since I came to Intentionless City. I also don't want to kill anyone. It's a pity that you have to force my hand. Lin Ling's laughter was heard, but it was cold. It was as if he had returned to the days of killing in the 9 prefectures. A wave of coldness quietly spread out. Only then did the people from the various martial arts centers realize that Lin Ling had shown mercy when he came to challenge them. Otherwise, with his current aura, most of the disciples from their martial arts centers would have died. He was indeed the great demon king. And for this battle, they had absolute confidence in Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a violent aura erupted, causing the entire city to tremble. A ferocious aura surged. Duan Yun had unleashed his talent. His entire body suddenly became tall and sturdy, like a true ferocious person. Behind him, the phantom of a giant appeared. It held 2 axes in its hands and had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. The most terrifying thing was that on the giant's stomach, there was a human face with 2 eyes, a nose, and a huge mouth. Xingtian. An expert's expression changed drastically. Xingtian, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. This was also the bloodline left behind by the gods. It was extremely ferocious and invincible. Furthermore, he actually has a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. Even more experts exclaimed in shock. A 4th grade ultimate desolate body was very rare. Furthermore, Duan Yun's talent was an ancient existence. His potential was much greater than many people's. Many experts from the martial arts centers immediately looked at Lin Ling. They had battled with Lin Ling many times, so they had some understanding of Lin Ling's strength. This fellow also seemed to have a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. However, in terms of potential, it could not compare to the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. Chapter 3469. The power of one eye. The son of the devil might lose. What? What do you mean, he's definitely going to lose? What? Many people whispered. Lin Ling was also looking at the giant in shock. One of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe was a talent even higher than the 100 great bloodlines. It was also slightly higher than the 6 great god eyes of the universe. Of course, if the 9th god eye was present, it would still be able to suppress Duan Yun with its talent as the number 1 god eye. However, the spacetime god eye could not compare to the 4 great ferocious beasts of Huan Yu. Lin Ling, are you afraid? What? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Duan Yun roared and took control of the innate talent into his body. His body suddenly grew taller and taller, like a giant. Especially the sinister face on his stomach, it made people shudder. Afraid? What? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Although the 10 great ferocious beasts of Huan Yu were more noble than the space-time god, Lin Ling also had the world-devouring beast. One was a beast, the other was an object. Their levels were not the same. Although the world-devouring beast had not yet matured, in terms of ferocity, Duan Yun's heaven punishment beast could not affect it. Moreover, facing a mere Duan Yun, Lin Ling did not even need to use the innate talent of the world-devouring beast. Duan Yun, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your current strength, I have many ways to defeat you. It's just that I'm thinking of what method to use. I have to say, you've disappointed me. No wonder Longyang doesn't like you. What? Lin Ling laughed, but he had already decided what method to use. Shameless boasting. What? Hearing this, Duan Yun was immediately enraged. He erupted with a ferocious aura that could sweep through the 8 wastelands as he charged at Lin Ling. What an arrogant son of the devil. Your cultivation is lower than Duan Yun's, and your innate talent is also lower, yet you still dare to say such words. What? The city lord kept shaking his head, his eyes filled with disdain. The guards behind him were the same. With their strength, they could naturally see that Lin Ling had no chance of winning. Even the experts from the various dojos were the same, because they were all too familiar with Lin Ling. That's not right. When the son of devil challenged the dojo, he rarely used his innate talent. Most of the time, he used his physical body to resist. Could it be that he's hiding some powerful innate talent? If that's the case, then the devil's son might not necessarily lose. Perhaps they might even end in a draw. It should be a draw. However, the seniors of the dojo also spoke up one after another. At this moment, the giant was holding a giant axe in his hand, charging towards Lin Ling as if he was splitting mountains and breaking rivers. He looked tall and big, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Furthermore, the giant mouth on his stomach opened wide, and he was actually able to continuously absorb spiritual energy from the universe, turning it into ominous energy. This also caused many people to be affected by the ominous aura. But to Lin Ling, it had no effect at all. His hands were still clasped behind his back. As Duan Yun drew closer and closer to him, a dazzling light finally appeared in his eyes. That was a multicolored light, extremely demonic. Space-time divine steel. He let out a low roar, as if he was silently chanting an incantation. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a giant black object suddenly appeared. Flames surged, as if it was burning the entire city. A 5th-grade ultimate desolate body had descended. With a speed faster than anyone could react, it suppressed Duan Yun. Although the spacetime divine steel wasn't as noble as Xing Tian, its grade was higher. Most importantly, although Lin Ling seemed to be at the 6th stage of the Sage Realm, the density of his realm essence had long surpassed the Sage Realm. Looking at Duan Yun, he was only at the peak of the Sage Realm. Rumble. Therefore, when the giant steel smashed down, the giant with the ominous aura was directly smashed to the ground. From afar, the scene was extremely terrifying, as if 2 great demonic gods from the era of gods were fighting. A grey giant was smashed to the ground. Above him, the divine steel sealed everything. Multicolored flames burned the entire city, but what was terrifying was that although the flames were fierce, they couldn't burn anything. This was a flame that couldn't burn anything. At this moment, the entire city was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. There was no tie at all. With one move, the 4th-grade ultimate desolate body Duan Yun had been defeated. Clearly, when he was challenging the sect, Lin Ling had definitely concealed his strength. Furthermore, he had concealed at least 60% of his strength. In shock, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Then, they realized that Lin Ling was still holding his hands behind his back, like a god. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't moved at all. Just a glance. What kind of technique was this? 6 great god eyes of the universe. After a moment of silence, an expert said solemnly. The strongest I attribute talent of the 6 great god eyes of the universe was indeed terrifying. Think about it, a powerful attack could be released with just a glance. Unless one was stronger than the opponent, there was no way to dodge it. This was because this attack had exceeded 500 world speed. At this moment, Duan Yun was being suppressed by the gigantic ancient monument. He couldn't move at all. His mind was buzzing and he couldn't understand why this was happening. His talent was more noble than Lin Ling's. Although Lin Ling's grade was higher, his innate talent could still affect Lin Ling. Why wasn't Lin Ling afraid of his ferocious aura? Bang! Just as he was thinking, the stone monument on his body suddenly became heavy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, he saw Lin Ling standing by the side of the stone monument. He held the stone monument with one hand and looked at him mockingly. Do you know why Longyang doesn't like you? Do you know why I didn't make a move the last time? To be honest, an idiot like you, no matter how strong you become, is no threat to me. This person was from the Duan family. And because of Duan Yi, Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of the Duan family. Lin Ling, let me go if you dare. Duan Yun was so humiliated that he wanted to vomit blood. He was a member of the Duan family, yet he was being crushed on the street. This wasn't just a humiliation to him, it was a humiliation to the Duan family. Moreover, this was the second time this had happened. Let you go. Lin Ling shook his head and poured his energy into the stone monument. Pooh! Duan Yun immediately felt his body become as heavy as 1,000 caddies. At this moment, he realized that Lin Ling had been merciful to him. Other than Lin Ling's abundant realm essence, his fleshly body's strength was also terrifying. How dare you! Duan Yun roared angrily. I'm from the Duan family. How dare you touch me? That's what you said last time in Snowy City. Don't you have anything else to say aside from using your family name? Lin Ling continued to shake his head as energy continued to pour into Duan Yun. Crack, crack, crack. Duan Yun's bones began to shatter. His enormous giant body also began to shrink. His eyes began to show signs of begging for mercy. This was because he gradually understood that Lin Ling didn't seem to fear the Duan family at all. The last time in Snowy City was a good example. Although he found it hard to believe, this was the truth. If he knew that Lin Ling didn't fear Duan Wuhan or even their old ancestor after killing Duan Yi in the Starry Sky Forest, he would definitely regret it to death. Chapter 3470. Young Master. Lin Ling was clearly disdainful of explaining this. He continued to exert his power to suppress Duan Yun. In the end, he said indifferently, with your intelligence, any further explanation would be a waste of saliva. If you had a chance to live, you should go home and ask your ancestors what kind of person I, the son of the devil, am. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the space-time divine steel trembled. Under countless gazes, Duan Yun was crushed into meat paste. The entire city fell silent. The youths from the Duan family fell to the ground with a thud. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Today, they were the ones who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. They thought that they could bring home Lin Ling's head, but in the end, Duan Yun died in front of everyone. The city lord was also shocked. Killing a member of the Duan family in his territory. How dare you! The city lord immediately roared. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. Lin Ling had killed him too cleanly without any hesitation. This was why he hadn't been able to save anyone. Killing someone in my territory is tantamount to violating the rules of the gods. Kill him. He roared at the guards. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Previously, when Duan Yun wanted to kill him, he had asked the city lord about it. However, the city lord had said that it was fine. Now that Duan Yun had been killed by him, the city lord was saying that he, Lin Ling, had violated the rules. Since that was the case, Lin Ling didn't need to give him any face. His hand slowly reached for the tyrannical song sword. He was prepared for a great battle. This was because he hadn't used the tyrannical song sword even once since it had been activated by the Steel Slayer Emperor. I don't know what qualifications you have to kill me, but I'm sure that you won't be able to. With the tyrannical song sword in his hand, Lin Ling's aura became even colder. He was like a sword demon, like a god. Qualifications. Ha ha ha, seeing how confident you are, you should have someone behind you. Let me tell you, no matter who is behind you, you will die today. You killed a member of the Duan clan, so not only will you suffer, the person behind you will also suffer a calamity. The city lord laughed disdainfully. Compared to the Duan family, the son of the demon was clearly more terrifying. Calamity. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head mockingly. The city lord of Intentionless City wanted to kill Lei Gong. What a joke. Just Song Chiri alone was enough to make him suffer a great deal. Old Do, broken sword, protect little you and follow me out of Intentionless City. Lin Ling shouted into the distance. With his sword in hand, he wanted to carve out a bloody path. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lin Ling was alone and was only at the Saint Realm, the city lord laughed even louder. The royal guards were also laughing so hard that they almost fell off their horses. One person wanted to kill everyone in the city. This was the final world, not Jojo. The son of the demon must be dreaming. Compared to their mockery, the people from the various martial arts clubs shuddered. They were already afraid of the son of the demon. Seeing that the son of the demon wanted to carve out a bloody path, he was really ferocious. Sir, there is an army outside the city. At this time, someone rushed in from the city gate and knelt down on one knee. The city lord frowned and was a little surprised. But he still asked, who are they? Are they from the Duan clan? No, those people are wearing the armor of the royal guards. They seem to be from the main city, but I can't tell which main city they are from. The man quickly said. The city lord was stunned and felt that something was wrong. But after thinking about it, he could not guess the purpose of those people. In my opinion, those royal guards are here to help you. After all, the people of Intentionless City have been in a state of panic. The other main cities must have thought that Intentionless City was under attack, so they came to help. The man immediately guessed. Hearing that, the city lord rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. That was very likely. Then, he glanced at Lin Ling and immediately shook his head. It was even more impossible that they were here for the son of the demon. The son of the demon had just arrived in the final world not long ago. How could he have such a background? Rumble. The army outside the city moved very quickly and surrounded Intentionless City. Moreover, the royal guards were very strong, causing the people of Intentionless City to feel a lot of pressure. Bang! The huge city gate was destroyed by the army. Then, countless strong people rushed in. Whether in terms of numbers or strength, they were much stronger than Intentionless City. All of this proved that this group of people were the main city's royal guards. Oh my god, such a big show. He's just the son of the demon. There's no need to mobilize so many people to capture him. The city lord suddenly felt a heartache because the city gate had been destroyed and the city walls had almost been torn down. However, he also stopped his subordinates from doing anything else and quietly watched all of this happen. After the army rushed into Intentionless City, they immediately walked forward in an orderly manner. The man in the lead was like a divine general, majestic and awe-inspiring. He rode on a divine wolf and slowly walked forward. The entire intentionless city suddenly fell silent. Everyone swallowed hard. The aura of this army was really too terrifying. Moreover, many people saw that this group of people was actually walking towards the son of the demon. Even the city lord was extremely surprised. For a moment, he did not see who the man in the lead was. However, he guessed that these people were here to capture the son of the demon and help intentionless city. After all, although the major cities in the final world did not have a very close relationship, because they were all ancient cities belonging to the gods, they would usually help each other. He could not help but laugh bitterly. The people who had come were too excited. They could deal with a mere son of the demon. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. My lord, you're the one with the most influence. Even the main city has come to help. If word of this gets out, our intentionless city will also be proud. Moreover, my lord's name will spread far and wide. Someone immediately flattered him. The city lord immediately waved his hand modestly. You're too kind. However, in the final world, strength is very important. However, sometimes relationships are even more important. You have to know how to conduct yourself. Perhaps I know how to conduct myself better than the other city lords. My lord is wise. The crowd laughed loudly and flattered the city lord. The city lord received the flattery from the crowd. He walked forward and wanted to greet the man. Of course, in the process, he also puffed out his chest. He knew that the ancient martial art practitioners of intentionless city admired him at this moment. After all, he could easily summon the strong practitioners of other main cities to help. This was not something that anyone could do. Who knew, after tomorrow, the entire city would be setting off firecrackers, and he, the city lord, would become a legend. Thinking of this, the city lord became more and more proud. He said politely, "My lord, you are too grand. Your personal visit has brought light to our humble intentionless city." He was speaking to the man in the lead. However, the man did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he came in front of Lin Ling and sized up Lin Ling. After seeing that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Young lord, I came too late to save you. Please punish me." Then, the man knelt down. Chapter 34:71. It was a disaster. Even the army outside the city knelt down, shocking intentionless city. The city lord of intentionless city and the others were all stunned at this moment. Then, their jaws dropped. Young master. The city governor of a main city called the son of the demon young master? They were not here to help, but to help the son of the demon. Everyone almost fainted. What was going on? I'm fine. However, if you had come a little later, I might have been in trouble. Lin Ling looked at this group of people in surprise, but he still spoke calmly. These people were the elites of Snow City, and the leader was Tsangchiri. Lin Ling did not expect that Tsangchiri had been keeping an eye on him. As long as there was any movement, the army would immediately move out. Young master, this is my fault. Please punish me. Tsangchiri knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling. His senior sister had returned with a reward from Lei Gong. Lei Gong was very satisfied with the time taken by the young master to complete the task. He had asked them to assist Lin Ling as much as possible. But now, the young master had almost been attacked in intentionless city. This scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. It's City Governor Tsang. At this moment, the city governor of intentionless city finally saw who it was. He was shocked again. If not for the people beside him supporting him, he would have knelt down. City Governor Tsang had called the son of the demon young master. This seemed to be troublesome. Damn it, didn't Duan Yun say that the son of the demon and city governor Tsang were just ordinary friends? Now, city governor Tsang was kneeling. How could they be ordinary friends? At this moment, the city governor's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hated Duan Yun to death. You are the city governor of Intentionless City. Tsang Chiri had already stood up and was looking at the other party coldly. This caused all the elites to look at the city governor of Intentionless City. Their gazes scared the city governor and his guards so much that their legs turned to jelly. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. The city governor of Intentionless City quickly shouted. Then, he rushed over and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Ling. Young master, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Although he did not know that Lin Ling was a young master, at this moment, it was obviously safer for him to call Lin Ling young master. Misunderstanding. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Tsang Chiri looked at Lin Ling in confusion. He didn't know what had happened here, but he knew that someone wanted to kill Lin Ling. Well, I'm actually not petty. Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. However, Lin Lin also. The city lord of Intentionless City suddenly became agitated and almost kowtowed. He hurriedly said, it's a misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. Young master is indeed righteous. In the future, you will definitely be the son of God. He started to flatter Su Quebec. Although it was a little embarrassing, at least this matter was over. Then, he stood up and looked at Lin Ling with an apologetic smile. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Although I don't care about this and treat it as a misunderstanding, the city lord previously said that even if the people behind me were to come, they would be annihilated. It seems that even if city governor Tsang came, you would still want him to be destroyed. Hearing this, the city governor's legs turned to jelly. Lin Ling did not care, but he seemed to have offended city governor Tsang. Destroy me. Tsang Chiri was stunned and immediately looked at Su Quebec. It had been a long time since someone dared to destroy him. This is also a misunderstanding. The city governor kept waving his hands and was about to cry. That's not all. You even want to destroy the old woman. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. What? Hearing this, Tsang Chiri was the first to roar. His voice was so terrifying that it was louder than thunder. It shook the entire Intentionless City. That was because the city governor of Intentionless City dared to destroy him, but he even dared to destroy his senior sister? Towards this old woman, he respected her the most. Moreover, not only senior old woman, it seems that even the people behind senior old woman will be destroyed. How bold. Perhaps this is the meaning of a calamity. How dare you? This time, Tsang Chiri's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was furious. The person behind his senior sister was Lei Gong. The city governor of Intentionless City wanted to destroy the deity. This was simply treason. Ah! The city governor had just stood up, but now he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground again. His body was trembling and tears were streaming down his face. Previously, he had indeed said that. But he did not know that the son of the devil had such a terrifying background. Do you know who the people behind us are? Tsang Chiri looked at him with a murderous expression. This, I really don't know. The city governor said nervously. Lei Gong. Tsang Chiri said word by word. Ah! The city governor was dumbfounded. Under his gorgeous robe, the smell of urine wafted out. His pants were wet. He looked as if he had lost his soul. Because, with his status, he naturally knew who Lei Gong was. It could be said that Lei Gong was the ultimate boss of the deity's world. He actually wanted to destroy the boss of the deity's world. He must have been crazy before. At this moment, the city governor wanted to slap himself a few hundred times. Plop. Apart from him, all the guards of intentionless city knelt on the ground in fear. They could vaguely guess what was going on. The fact that the city governor wanted to destroy the son of the devil was already a huge mistake. However, the city governor still wanted to destroy Zhangqiri. This was courting death. But he wanted to destroy Lei Gong even more. He was probably deader than dead. Son of the devil, please spare my life. I was also bewitched by Duan Yun. I really don't know. Duan Yun, you have done a lot of harm. The city governor kept kowtowing as he spoke. Then, he looked angrily at the few Duan family youths. The youths also knew that things were getting troublesome. Kill all of them. The city governor roared. Fuck, these people deliberately framed him. He had no enmity with them, so why would they frame him? Now, even if he was going to die, he would drag these people down with him. The Duan family youths were all scared silly. They had been wrong because they did not frame the city governor. They did not know that Lin Ling had such a strong backer. Suddenly, they remembered what Lin Ling had said to Duan Yun. If you have a chance to live, you should go home and ask your ancestors who the son of the devil is. This meant that the Duan family's ancestor had seen Lin Ling. However, the elder ancestor didn't seem to dare to touch Lin Ling. This explained everything. Fuck, go to hell. Fuck, why did you harm us? The strong people of intentionless city rushed towards the few youths. Powerful attacks exploded and killed them. Their faces were full of hatred. Young master, please spare our lives. We are innocent. Chapter 3472. Goodbye, old woman. Well, I'll let you off this time for the sake of your ignorance. But don't you think you should pay a price for letting the soldiers of Snow City come all the way here? Also, you stopped me from leaving the city. Don't you know that my time is precious? Every second of delay is equivalent to 100 million monarch crystals. Lin Ling didn't intend to pursue the matter any further. Even if he killed the governor, he wouldn't get any benefits. Ah, young master, what do you want? The governor asked hurriedly. Lin Ling glanced at Zhangqiri, and Zhangqiri immediately understood. He said lightly, pay up, 50 billion royal crystals, and I'll let it go, 50 billion. The governor spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. The people of the martial arts clubs around were trembling. 50 billion was an astronomical figure. Even if they sold Intentionless City, they wouldn't be able to get that much money. The son of the devil was indeed ferocious. However, many people were secretly gloating. They knew that the governor would be unlucky. He didn't listen to the old man's advice and now he was going to suffer. My lord, we don't have 50 billion royal crystals. Seeing that the governor had fainted, the guards hurriedly spoke. Search the house. Zhangqiri said immediately. He looked at the guards and said, you provoked Snow City first. I think you should be convinced. Although Intentionless City was not as powerful as Snow City, Zhangqiri didn't dare to act recklessly because they were both in the final world. Yes, we're convinced. All of the guards spoke anxiously. Right now, they couldn't wait to send these scourges away. Just treat it as spending money to avoid disaster. Well, this is what you promised. Come on, search the house. Zhangqiri nodded and waved his hand. A large number of experts immediately rushed to the governor's mansion. Lin Ling smiled, took Xiao Yu's hand, and slowly left Intentionless City. He's finally gone. No wonder he's the devil. This kind of person is a scourge no matter where he goes. Previously, I thought that it was already the worst thing that could happen when he came to challenge us. But now, it seems that there is no comparison. The city lord is really unlucky. No matter what, I hope that such a person will never come to Intentionless City again. The experts of the various dojos began to whisper to each other, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, when Lin Ling challenged the dojo, they didn't violate the rules and didn't let the elders of the dojo step in. Otherwise, they would have been confiscated. The dojo might not be able to continue operating. At this moment, the city lord had just woken up. When he saw that the city lord mansion had been robbed, he was stunned for a long time. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't see any of this. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. He followed Sang Chiri to the Snow City. Some guards reported their gains. They had stolen 30 billion royal crystals and a large number of rare treasures. This huge sum of money also gave Lin Ling a fright. No wonder the city lord wanted to vomit blood. If it were Lin Ling, he would probably vomit blood too. Young master, take these 30 billion royal crystals. Sang Chiri looked at Lin Ling and said. He knew that as a trial tester, Lei Gong would not provide any cultivation resources for Lin Ling. So, these royal crystals would be enough for Lin Ling to cultivate for a long time. I'll take 10 billion. You came all the way here. You should at least take some for your hard work. Lin Ling rejected him. He only took part of it, which put Sang Chiri in a difficult position. Take it. The soldiers put down what they were doing and came to Intentionless City overnight. Even if you don't want it, you have to experience it for them. Lin Ling said again. In the end, he let Sang Chiri take the rest of the royal crystals. All the guards looked at Lin Ling gratefully. They were even more convinced by Lin Ling. Everyone hurried back. Because of the army, Lin Ling did not take Xiaoyu to sightsee. It did not take long for them to return to Snow City. Lin Ling walked directly in the direction of the courtyard. As soon as he arrived at his residence, a burly figure was already waiting there. After seeing Lin Ling, the person could not help but smile. She was Lin Ling's guardian, the old woman. Moreover, she had already told Lei Gong about Lin Ling's completion of the task. In exchange, Lei Gong praised her. Although it was just a simple sentence, it made her happier than anything else. Lin Ling, you're back. The old woman was the first to smile. Lin Ling noticed that the old woman's attitude towards him had changed again. If the old woman was cold and indifferent when they were in Qing province, then in the final world, she treated Lin Ling as a friend. But now, even when she spoke to him, she would smile. She almost treated him as one of her own. I'm back. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. This time, the Thunder Lord is very appreciative of you because the time you took to complete the mission was very short. Furthermore, among the 10 challengers, you were the only one who obtained the Mahakasayapa incantation. This also led to your first trial mission being completed. The Thunder Lord also promised me that he would send people to protect Qingzhou. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately became happy. With Lei Gong's protection, he finally had no worries. By the way, your wife, Yu, her talent is also very good. I plan to let her come to the final world in a while. The old woman said again. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling was even happier. The final world was not a place that anyone could enter. If Yu and the others could enter, it would definitely be of great benefit to them. Moreover, Yu's talent was also not weak. She also had the dragon bloodline. She would definitely rise in the final world. Is my family okay? Lin Ling asked. They're fine. The enemies of the new Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon Organization don't dare to enter Qingzhou easily. Although they know that you're in the final world, they won't dare to provoke you. The old woman smiled. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, by the way, your friends, the God-slaying alliance, are currently in the 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. They should be increasing their strength there. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. It seemed that Lei Gong was very responsible. Even his brother and the others were secretly protecting him. Kaiyuan River. Then, Lin Ling became curious again. Yes, it's located in the universal void. It's also an extremely ancient existence. Many of the sea gods' bloodlines are there. It's said that the dragon race is also hidden there. The old woman nodded. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the Kaiyuan River was extremely extraordinary. However, his brother and the others would definitely have their own opportunities. He hoped that when they met again, his brother, Meng Lu, and Wangu Wuji's strength would increase greatly. By the way, you have 3 missions in your first mission. If you complete 2 of them, you'll pass the divine trial. However, there's still one more mission. Do you want to do it? However, there's no reward for completing it. The old woman said again. Lin Ling had completed the first divine trial and received 2 rewards. One of the rewards was to let Lei Gong protect Qingzhou. As for the other mission, it didn't matter if he did it or not. Chapter 3473. Illusionary God World. This mission is the Shrine Tournament. If you can become the champion of the Shrine Tournament, the Snow Wind Academy will reward you with 1 billion royal crystals and you can cultivate in the Dragon Space Valley. The old woman smiled at Lin Ling. She seemed to have heard from Tsang Chiri about Lin Ling's strength, so she said with certainty, with your strength, it won't be difficult for you to become the champion of the Shrine Tournament. Shrine Tournament. I'm currently a student of the Shin Second Hall, so it shouldn't be difficult. Lin Ling nodded. If it was an expert from the Shin Third Hall, he naturally couldn't do it. However, if it was the Shin Second Hall, he was confident that he could defeat many of them. Looks like you've agreed. The Shrine Tournament will begin in a month. The old woman clearly didn't care about Lin Ling's participation in the mission. If there wasn't a reward from the Snow Wind Academy, she might not have recommended Lin Ling to participate. After completing this mission, the second mission of the Trial of God will come. Lin Ling, do your best. After exchanging a few more words, the old woman left. Lin Ling also entered the courtyard and tidied up his loot. With the 10 billion royal crystals he had obtained from the intentionless city, Lin Ling was confident that he could reach the 7th stage of the Sage Realm. However, he didn't plan to break through for the time being. After all, he had some royal crystals on him in case he needed them. That night, Lin Ling began to cultivate in the courtyard. Although the power of the spiritual marrow couldn't increase the level of the spacetime divine steel, it constantly stimulated the dragon god bloodline and the realm-devouring beast's talents. Unfortunately, the dragon god bloodline's talents were related to the physical body. If he wanted to truly advance, he would need treasures related to the dragon clan. Currently, my spacetime divine steel has reached its limit. It will be my trump card for a long time. Moreover, I have 5 dantians. Otherwise, with my current realm, I wouldn't be able to use the full power of the spacetime divine steel. In the intentionless city, Lin Ling had experienced the power of the spacetime divine steel, and the result was beyond his imagination. It could be said that without the ultimate 5th-grade desolate body, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid of anyone at the initial stage martial ancestor realm. And if they possessed a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body with an orthodox bloodline, even if they were at the sage realm, Lin Ling would find it difficult to defeat them. This was the advantage of talent. Talent. Right now, it's not suitable for me to increase my cultivation, and my fiend god physique can't be improved for the time being. In the Starry Sky Forest, because of God Emperor Zhang Gang's illusory realm, Lin Ling's soul power had increased to 12,000 levels. My stage 12,000 level Steel Star, Transcend Star, Lin Ling's. Lin's STN Star. The illusion god True Inheritance placed great importance on soul force and talent. The stronger one's soul force was, the faster one could cultivate. If one had the corresponding talent and was of a high rank, then the limits of the illusion would be even greater. Lin Ling immediately entered the stage of enlightenment. His body suddenly became illusory and beautiful, as if it was formed by all kinds of colors. His Can's spirit. Lin, God realm God was God around Lin Ling, endless plants began to spread. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, full of vitality. It was as if the entire courtyard had turned into another world. A pure white moon suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the earth with a white veil. On the ground, a green grassland quietly appeared. Hundreds of flowers quietly bloomed under the night sky, their beauty quietly blossoming. This world was very quiet and very beautiful. It was as if everything was real. But in reality, it was all an illusion. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Yu, Duing, and the others were shocked as they looked at the moon in the sky in disbelief. Xiao Yu and the little white rabbit were running happily on the prairie. Ken Jian rushed out of the courtyard and realized that Snow City was still outside. But when he entered the courtyard, it was as if he had entered another world. My lord's methods are godly, Ken Jian said in disbelief. However, even though this world seemed to be real, it lacked one thing, and that was living beings. It could have plants, wind, light, etc. However, it didn't have any animals. The only one was Lin Ling. Countless Lin Lings could appear in this world. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. And this was the final realm of the illusion god true inheritance, the illusion god world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling still couldn't touch the strongest essence of the illusion god. It was said that the strongest illusion god world not only had animals, but also countless people. In the end, Lin Ling didn't have the talent of the illusion god. He was only relying on his soul force. But if the illusion god bloodline was here, it would be enough to shock them. Because to rely on soul force to create a world, even experts with the illusion god bloodline wouldn't be able to do it. In the beautiful world, a large number of Lin Lings were walking around. Only one Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. His body was still colorful, as if he was a man of light. He opened his eyes and looked at all the Lin Lings in the world. He muttered to himself, these illusion doppelgangers actually have 30% of my strength. Unfortunately, they can only survive in an illusion. Lin Ling knew that he had cultivated the illusion god true inheritance to the peak. It would be difficult for him to improve even a little. A month quietly passed. On this day, the Divine Hall tournament finally began. And Lin Ling brought Xiao Yu and the others out of the courtyard. It was as if he was isolated from the world. Looking at the bustling streets and alleys, his heart became incomparably calm. What his world lacked was this kind of vitality. And he knew that he wouldn't be able to cross this giant barrier no matter what. Perhaps, when I can truly create a world, I will already be a god. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He didn't care about this knot in his heart. Not long after, he arrived at the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, the Snow Wind Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. All the experts had returned. Lin Ling saw many experts among them. Some of them weren't much weaker than him. Presumably, they were the experts of the Divine Three Halls. The experts of the Divine Three Halls were said to have been in the final world for 10,000 years. They were once the most outstanding heroes of the 9 provinces and 10,000 worlds. And the Divine Hall tournament was a grand tournament in the entire Snow Wind City. There were even many experts from the nearby cities who came to watch. I heard that this time, the Dean will also come to the Divine Hall tournament. Yes, many experts from the nearby cities have come. Look, that's a hero from the Island of Heroes. He's also the city lord of a main city. His strength is already at the level of half-step martial god. Our Snow Wind City's city lord has also come. TSK, it's really lively. However, to be able to watch the battle between the experts of these academies is also very beneficial for us. A large number of people entered the Snow Wind Academy. They chatted as they walked and were extremely excited. And the number of people scared after Image and the others. Moreover, among the crowd, their strength was considered to be very ordinary. Can the Snow Wind Academy accommodate so many people? Chapter 34-74. The Dean's Son. In the future, if he returned to the 9 states with Doing, he would be able to brag about this matter to others. At that time, others would only envy him. Because, to be able to watch the final world competition, this was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. Snow Wind Academy is so big that we haven't even seen the whole place. It shouldn't be difficult to accommodate these experts. Lin Ling said with a smile. Speaking of which, after becoming a student of Snow Wind Academy, he had not seen the whole academy. Every time he came, he would leave in a hurry. You guys go find Senior Tsang. I'll go back to my class first. Lin Ling said to Doing and the others. After Xiao Yu and the others left, he went back to his class. Lin Ling. After Lin Ling appeared, Teacher Cailuan and the others were extremely surprised. This was because they all thought that Lin Ling would not participate in the competition. One must know that ever since Lin Ling returned from Starry Sky Forest, he had not appeared in Starry Sky Academy for a period of time. Lin Ling. Zhuang Yanming and the others quickly greeted Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. His face was still cold, neither happy nor sad. Everyone was already used to such an attitude and did not feel that Lin Ling was arrogant. Instead, they felt that everything was normal. After all, they all owed Lin Ling their lives. In addition, Lin Ling had the strength, so he had the right to be arrogant. It's good that you're back. Are you going to participate in the competition? Teacher Cailuan said to Lin Ling with a smile. Her attitude towards Lin Ling had also changed a lot. Lin Ling nodded again. You are now a student of Shenair Hall. If you participate in the competition, you will have to face the experts of Shenair Hall. Those guys are all martial ancestors. Chew. Lin Ling was also the only expert in their class who had become a member of Shenair Hall. However, no one was very confident that Lin Ling could win first place in the competition. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was the strongest in the first God Hall, but the second God Hall was filled with seniors. Don't worry, they are no match for me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had absolute confidence in himself. This time, he came for the prize of the competition. If he couldn't get first place, he wouldn't participate. As for fame, he, Lin Ling, didn't need these things. At present, the strongest in Shenair Hall is Tian Ao. In the last Shinto Hall tournament, he was the number 1 freshman. Lin Ling, if you want to be number 1, you will have to face him. Tian Ao, he is the Dean's son. It is said that the Dean came for him. He's a level 2 martial ancestor realm expert. He's almost invincible among the initial stage martial ancestors. Everyone in the class started to talk about it. Although they felt that Lin Ling was no match for Tian Ao, they didn't think that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation time was not as long as Tian Ao's. In fact, Lin Ling was still a freshman in the first God Hall. The Dean's son. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic explanation, Lin Ling said in surprise. Speaking of which, you are somewhat related to him. He is also a member of the new Heavenly Court and is working hard to become the disciple of Wendian martial god. At this time, Earring said faintly. She came from the Flying Dragon organization, so she naturally knew about this. Of course, she also had some contradictions in her heart. The Flying Dragon organization and Lin Ling had a grudge, but she personally thought highly of Lin Ling, so she didn't know which side she should stand on. New Heavenly Court. Lin Ling was surprised again, but the fighting spirit in his heart was boiling. So far, he had come into contact with a few of Wendian martial god's disciples, and they were either killed by him or defeated by Lin Ling. Now that Tian Ao was here, he would definitely be defeated by Lin Ling. Don't worry, it's just Tian Ao. I will defeat him. Thinking of this, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. Teacher Cailuan and the others were shocked. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, it seemed that he didn't even put Tian Ao in his eyes. If they didn't know Lin Ling, they would definitely think that Lin Ling was bragging. However, Lin Ling had done too many impossible things, so they weren't too sure. Let's go, the competition is about to begin. Lin Ling, you don't need to go through the elimination process and directly enter the final battle. Every class can recommend one person, and our class will recommend you. Teacher Cailuan put away her thoughts and said with a smile. Lin Ling's strength had already been recognized, so there was no need for him to go through any elimination process. Next, Lin Ling followed everyone out of the class and arrived at the Snow Wind Academy's Divine Temple. This Divine Temple was actually bigger than the Snow Wind Academy square. At this moment, more than 100,000 people had already gathered here, making it extremely lively. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. This kind of battlefield, perhaps only the Yen State's arena could compare to it. And in the final world, this is only the location of a school's competition. This shows the difference. That's the son of devil, Lin Ling. I heard that he's the strongest person in the Divine First Hall and has just entered the Divine Second Hall. TSK, I didn't expect him to participate in the competition. That means he's going to fight the experts of the Divine Second Hall. He's the strongest person in the class and can be nominated by God's messenger. He doesn't need to be eliminated immediately and can directly compete for first place. I wonder if he can become the number one in the Divine Second Hall. I think it's a bit difficult. When Lin Ling entered the sacred Divine Temple, voices immediately sounded out from all around. In the Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling is now a famous person. Whether it's a new student or a senior student, they all know about Lin Ling and even know about Lin Ling's great name in the 9 regions. Of course, among the crowd, many people looked at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. These people are obviously related to the New Heavenly Court, Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, and other forces in the 9 regions. Towards Lin Ling, they naturally want to kill him, but in the final world, they don't dare to act recklessly. And in the Snow Wind Academy, there are many hostile gazes. Among them is Zhou Lin. Last time, he knelt in front of the Snow Wind Academy's gate for 3 days and 3 nights and lost all his face. Now, he has become a legend in the academy. So when he saw Lin Ling, he wished he could cut Lin Ling into 8 pieces. In addition to him, those who are hostile towards Lin Ling are the senior students, especially the experts of the Divine Second Hall. They all want to defeat Lin Ling and beat Lin Ling back to his original state. And these gazes are also noticed by Lin Ling. He shook his head and didn't care at all. On the contrary, when teacher Zhou Lin looked over, he smiled faintly and said, "Anyway, I'm bored. Why don't we make a bet?" This sentence seems to be talking to himself, but many people know that Lin Ling is talking to teacher Zhou Lin. Bet again. Teacher Zhou Lin shuddered and immediately shifted his gaze. Last time, because of the bet, he lost all his face. Now he wants to bet again. He is determined not to bet. This is really disappointing. In any case, he is still a messenger of God. He can't go up or down. With such a heart of martial arts, I'm afraid he won't be able to go far in the final world. Seeing that teacher Zhou Lin doesn't dare to look at him, Lin Ling shook his head regretfully and then said in a senior tone. Fuck. Chapter 3475. Another battle with Yi Yiming. Lin Ling no longer paid any attention to him. Just as he was about to walk towards teacher Xiluan, he suddenly felt a burning gaze on him. This is Lin Ling. On the other side of the shrine, a man with his hands behind his back looked at Lin Ling indifferently. That's right, he is the son of devil, Lin Ling. He is also the most powerful expert in God One Hall. Someone beside him immediately nodded. So that's how it is. The man also nodded. His face was indifferent and his expression was indifferent. He is wearing a standard long robe and his long hair is tied behind his head. He gives off an extremely cold feeling. Without a doubt, he is the strongest expert in God Two Hall. He is also the dean's son, Tian Ao. He saw that Lin Ling dared to participate in the God Hall tournament. If Lin Ling dares to face him, he will definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. Because he is now a member of the new heavenly court, but he is still not considered martial god when Tian's disciple. So if he can defeat Lin Ling, he will definitely become martial god when Tian's disciple. Moreover, he heard that senior brother Ning Bo Tao has a lot of resentment towards Lin Ling. So, he can be considered as helping senior brother Ning Bo Tao vent his anger. The dean has arrived. At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out. At the entrance of the shrine, a golden light suddenly shone in. It is somewhat dazzling, but it also gives people a sense of warmth. In the hazy light, a tall and sturdy figure gradually became clear. This is a man of about 40 years old. He has a dignified beard on his face. He is wearing a golden long robe. He is standing straight and gives off a strong sense of majesty. With his appearance, the entire shrine seems to have brightened up by a few points. And he is the dean of Snow Wind Academy. Behind him are a large number of teachers. Moreover, their strength is not weak. Their bodies are covered with divine light. It seems that they are all God's holy knights. This group of people's strength has reached a monstrous level. Seeing this, everyone saluted. Lin Ling also saluted slightly. However, he is a little surprised in his heart because he discovered that the dean's strength is stronger than he imagined. It seems that he is even stronger than the old woman. His strength was most likely at the martial god realm. The headmaster is indeed a martial god level expert. At this moment, Xiluan sent a telepathic message to him and explained, although the dean is a martial god, there are differences in strength between the martial gods. Therefore, he is not considered one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in understanding. After the dean led the experts in, he immediately greeted them. He was especially polite to Tsang Chiri. Obviously, he had to give some face to the city lord. Then, he smiled and said, "The shrine tournament begins today. As long as you become the champion of each hall, you will be able to obtain 1 billion royal crystals and enter the Dragon Space Valley to cultivate." As soon as the reward was announced, the temple immediately became lively. The eyes of all the experts of the Divine Hall burned with passion. 1 billion royal crystals was enough to nurture a martial progenitor realm expert. Of course, it would only be an ordinary martial progenitor, but it was enough to tempt people. Even Lin Ling was tempted. He had cultivated 5 dantians at the same time, and he also had the divine dragon bloodline. All of these required a huge amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, he would not miss out on this 1 billion royal crystals. Then, let's begin. Following the dean's shout, the shrine tournament began immediately. There were 3 tournaments in total, which were the first hall, second hall, and third hall. There were also 3 martial stages. All the participants had to go through an elimination round before they could compete for the champion. However, as long as the champion of the class was recommended by a teacher, he would not need to go through the elimination round and could compete for the champion directly. Immediately, all the divine halls began to nominate the champion of their class. When it was Lin Ling's turn, Lin Ling was nominated. The entire temple suddenly became silent. On the highest seat, the dean looked at Lin Ling with great interest and said, "This must be the son of demon." Clearly, even he had heard of Lin Ling's name. "Dean, he is Lin Ling. In the starry sky forest, he managed to survive a year alone and found the astral origin stone. He is the strongest in the first hall," the deputy dean immediately said. Hearing this, the dean nodded his head and said, "Pretty good talent. His ultimate desolate body should be in the 3rd grade. However, he is now a student of the 2nd hall. If he wants to compete for the champion, there are many people in front of him." Dean, if Lin Ling can reach the end, young Master Tianao will have to fight him," the deputy dean said with a smile. "Let's hope he can do his best." The dean immediately retracted his gaze. Clearly, he did not believe that Lin Ling was his son's match. There was no hope at all. However, he did not underestimate Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was originally a student of the 1st hall. It was already very impressive for him to be able to fight a student of the 2nd hall. As time passed, the battles in the 3 competition zones became more intense. The god's enchantment that protected the stage was constantly swaying. The spectators were in high spirits as they cheered. The experts on the stage had all touched the great Tao. In the 9 prefectures, they were godlike existences. Therefore, to be able to watch their battles was very beneficial to the spectators. At this moment, in the 1st hall's competition zone, the elimination round had already begun. After a series of intense battles, there were finally 15 people. These 15 people were clearly competing for the champion. Lin Ling, Tianao and other experts were among them. These 15 people would fight by drawing lots. Lin Ling was recommended by teacher Cailuan, so he did not need to participate in the elimination round. Therefore, he drew number 9 and soon, it was his turn. When they saw him enter the stage, many people looked at him curiously. Cailuan and the others were the same. They hoped that Lin Ling would not meet a strong opponent. However, after thinking about it, how could those who could stand in the final competition zone be weak? When Lin Ling stepped onto the stage, his opponent quickly appeared. What surprised everyone was that this person was actually Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming, teacher Zhou Lin's proudest disciple. After the freshman's trial, he wanted Lin Ling to prove himself. In the end, he was defeated by Lin Ling. Moreover, he had lost in an extremely ugly manner. He had been knocked unconscious. Now, he was going to fight with Lin Ling again. Lin Ling also looked at the opposite side of the stage in surprise. The youth on the opposite side was looking at Lin Ling with a murderous gaze. He was Yi Yiming. He did not expect to meet Lin Ling again. After the previous humiliation, he and teacher Zhou Lin had become the laughing stock of the academy. This humiliation, he had to wash away today. He could not help but look at teacher Zhou Lin in the distance. At this moment, teacher Zhou Lin nodded heavily at him, full of anticipation. "Lin Ling, enemies will meet. I did not expect you to meet me again," Yi Yiming shouted coldly. Chapter 3476. Old Hooligan. Help. Upon mentioning this, Yi Yiming nearly vomited blood from anger. Previously, Lin Ling had repeatedly helped him up, but he kept falling down. He had become a huge joke. "Lin Ling, I want you to pay me back 100 times, no, 1,000 times for the humiliation from last time." Yi Yiming roared angrily as a powerful aura burst out. "I don't think you stand a chance." Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, still as nonchalant as ever. However, as Yi Yiming's aura kept increasing, the entire stage began to tremble. Billowing blood shadows covered the entire stage as the stage turned into a world of blood. Congealed divine blood. This was Yi Yiming's talent. However, it was a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body the last time, and now, his talent was still increasing. What? Yi Yiming's realm did not change, but his strength seems to have increased. Could it be? It's not a could it be, it's a fact. This guy managed to raise his talent to the peak of the 3rd grade in less than a year. The stage began to shake as countless people stood up. They thought that Yi Yiming would be defeated by Lin Ling once again, but they realized that the battle situation had changed. Knowing shame makes one brave. Only after experiencing shame can a martial artist transform. Yi Yiming has clearly transformed. Teacher Zhou Lin said with a faint smile. Following that, he rubbed his nose and said, "Is my disciple only at the 3rd grade?" Teacher Zhou Lin, what do you mean? Beside him, a teacher found it even more unbelievable. Boom! Almost at the same time, a blood beam shot into the sky from the stage as if a god had descended. The 4th grade ultimate desolate body was shockingly displayed, shocking the entire school. Although the 4th grade ultimate desolate body was not unique to the Shanair Hall, Yi Yiming only had a 3rd grade ultimate desolate body not long ago. And increasing one's talent was the most difficult. It was 1,000 times harder than one's realm. No one expected Yi Yiming to succeed. Yi Yiming has a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. Teacher Cailuan and the rest had a drastic change in expression. No one in their class had such talent. Ha ha ha. While they were shocked, Mr. Zhou Lin, who was hiding in the crowd, let out a loud laugh. It was as if he could finally vent all the grievances he had suffered during this period of time. Looking at Yi Yiming again, his entire body had turned red. His surroundings were filled with blood-red light. Those who got close to him, if they were not talented enough, would immediately die from blood loss. Son of Devil, Lin Ling, what do you have to say? Yi Yiming's voice was a lot hoarse. He guessed that Lin Ling should be very surprised right now. Last time, he was only a 3rd grade talent, which was why he was defeated by Lin Ling. But now, he was a 4th grade talent. A seemingly insignificant 1st grade talent, but his strength had more than doubled. Last time, you helped me up. How many times have you smashed me? This time, I'm going to smash you to death. I'm going to smash you 100 times, 1,000 times. Bloody Sea World. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Yi Yiming's body erupted with a sea of blood. It was like a river of blood from the underworld, surging toward Lin Ling. I won. At the same time, a prideful voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. The dean, the gods' emissaries of the various classes, and the experts of the various cities narrowed their eyes. If that sea of blood was placed in the 10,000 worlds, it would probably drown many worlds. This battle is a little interesting. If Lin Ling wants to win, it won't be easy. I don't think he'll win. Dean, what do you think of this battle? In my opinion, it might be a draw. Although the Son of Devil has the spacetime god eye, and in terms of nobility, it's more powerful than the Supreme Condensed God Blood, but the Supreme Condensed God Blood is of a higher grade. These experts discussed animatedly. At this moment, the surging sea of blood corroded everything and reached Lin Ling. What was frightening was that even in the face of this sea of blood, Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back and his eyes half closed. That calmness didn't make him look like a martial artist of the 9 prefectures, but more like a god. Almost at the same time, a huge ancient monument suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea of blood. Then, it came crashing down violently. Boom! When the ancient monument came crashing down, endless flames burst out. The sea of blood was unstoppable and was suppressed on the stage, including Yi Yiming. This scene shocked everyone present. Everyone's mouth was agape. What was happening? However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling walked over just like that, dragging a silhouette out from the bottom of the monument, grabbing the neck of that person as he stared at him with a strange expression on his face. And the person being grabbed was none other than Yi Yiming. Bang! Following that, Lin Ling smashed Yi Yiming into the ground of the stage. Furthermore, he did not let go of his hand. He continued smashing Yi Yiming's neck, causing the stage to tremble. Smash me 100 times. Smash me 1,000 times. A fourth-grade ultimate desolate body dares to act cool in front of me. Boom! With the final smash, the ground cracked open and a human-shaped crater appeared. Yi Yiming was smashed into the crater once again and fainted completely. He thought that he had reached the fourth-grade ultimate desolate body and could wash away his humiliation. But in the end, he still could not escape the fate of being smashed. Such strength makes me unable to raise my spirits. I hope that I can draw a stronger opponent the next time. In the silence, Lin Ling also left the stage. The entire process was casual and he did not show any signs of complacency or panic. It was as if everything was only natural. However, around the stage, shocked gazes were already looking at Lin Ling. Even a fourth-grade ultimate desolate body could not withstand a single blow. Could Lin Ling's talent have also reached the fourth grade? Heavens, Lin Ling was only a third grade not long ago. But in this short period of time, he had reached the fourth grade. Yi Yiming had become stronger, but Lin Ling had become even stronger. Over at teacher Cailuan's side, everyone's mouths were agape. Zhuang Yanming, Chu Yun, Earring, Fairy Axayan Yen and company all felt immense pressure. They did not know if Lin Ling was already this strong or if his strength had only increased during this period of time. In short, this fellow was too hooligan. His strength was as strong as an old hooligan's. His talent has probably reached the fifth grade. The dean squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. Fifth grade. Dean, you must be joking. How can anyone increase their talent by 2 grades in such a short period of time? This is the ultimate desolate body, not the desolate body. The deputy dean was shocked. However, the dean shook his head because he was not sure. Most importantly, if Lin Ling's space-time god I had reached the fourth grade, defeating Yi Yiming would be very easy. After all, the bloodline of the space-time god I was even more noble. We will know when we continue watching. The dean said indifferently. Lin Ling is really abnormal. From his eyes, I can see that he doesn't feel any pressure at all for the number 1 position in the Chenair Hall. The vice dean sighed softly and waited quietly. Chapter 3477. It's really the 5th stage. After Lin Ling walked back, Cailuan and the others were still surprised, especially Xing Jinming and the others. They all stared at Lin Ling because they had seen Lin Ling fight in the Starry Sky Forest. They knew that Lin Ling had the dragon bow and was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could transform into a monster. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling had more means than they had imagined. Lin Ling only smiled at everyone's surprise and looked at the Shin San Hall's area. Only a battle of that level could attract his attention. The experts of the Shin San Hall had been cultivating in the Snow Wind Academy for at least 3,000 years. They were much stronger than everyone else. Moreover, many of them were already God's emissaries and God's paladins. They were even stronger than the teachers. Lin Ling, do you want to enter that battlefield? Seeing that Lin Ling did not pay attention to the Shin San Hall's area, Cailuan was somewhat speechless. According to the rules, Lin Ling was actually half a freshman of the Shin San Hall. However, his eyes were not on the Shin San Hall nor the Shin San Hall. He was actually looking at the strongest area. Could it be that Lin Ling thought that no one in the Shin San Hall's area could stop him? Thinking of this, Cailuan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was really a monster. Lin Ling nodded, his eyes were still looking at the Shin San Hall's area. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight again. At this moment, many people were looking forward to it. At present, there were fewer and fewer experts in the Shin San Hall. The rest were all elites. They did not know who Lin Ling's opponent would be. Luo Wuchang from the heavenly Luo family. When the opponent appeared, the Shen San Hall's area became the focus again. It's actually Luo Wuchang. This Lin Ling is going to lose. This is a member of the heavenly Luo family. Moreover, Luo Wuchang has joined God Miao's true inheritance. In the Shen San Hall, he is a veteran expert. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. God Miao's true inheritance. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. This was because this enormous force was the final gathering place of boundary masters in the 9 prefectures. God Slayer Alliance's Ye Shui was a true disciple of Miao Xin. Lin Ling, be careful. Luo Wuchang is a second-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, his talent is extremely outstanding, and his defense is invincible. Although he is only a 4th-grade martial progenitor, he has already reached his peak. Yi Yiming is no match for him. Teacher Cailuan said worriedly. Yi Yiming had just made a breakthrough in his talent, so he was naturally incomparable to Luo Wuchang. To me, he's not much different from Yi Yiming. Lin Ling smiled and floated towards the martial hall. A young man with long blue hair was already standing on the martial arts platform. He was Luo Wuchang. Luo Wuchang was very handsome and had a noble temperament. Just by standing there quietly, he had already attracted the attention of many women. Son of Devil Lin Ling, right? I've heard of you since a few years ago. I didn't think you'd be able to come to the final world. However, defeating Yi Yiming should be your limit. Against me, you still won't be able to win. Later, when we have a proper exchange of pointers, just admit defeat. Luo Wuchang looked at Lin Ling and said. His voice was arrogant, but there was no hint of mockery in it. It was as if he was stating a fact. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say much. He said indifferently, make your move. Alright. Alright, I'll show you the difference between us. Luo Wuchang was stunned for a moment before he said with a frown. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so straightforward. A green light began to emit from his body and merged with his boundary essence. It turned into a fist that flew towards Lin Ling. Although the fist looked ordinary, it was not to be underestimated as it contained the rich boundary essence of a second-layer martial progenitor. According to Lin Ling's previous assessment of his strength, it'll be difficult for him to block this fist. After all, the gap between his cultivation level and Luo Wuchang's is too big. Furthermore, Luo Wuchang's talent is extraordinary. He can merge all living beings into his body and use them to increase the power of his boundary essence. This means that Luo Wuchang's boundary essence has surpassed the second-layer martial progenitor realm. That's right, unless Lin Ling's talent reaches the 5th grade, then there's still a chance. Speaking of which, when Lin Ling defeated Yi Yiming, the dean guessed that Lin Ling's talent had reached the 5th grade. However, it's too abnormal, so the dean was unable to confirm it. I also feel that it's abnormal. It said that Lin Ling only had the 3rd grade space-time god eye at the beginning. It's only been a year, so it's impossible for him to jump 2 levels. The teachers in the academy began to discuss among themselves. After coming out of the Starry Sky Forest, many teachers had begun to pay attention to Lin Ling. Therefore, they had a certain understanding of Lin Ling's strength. As for the dean and vice dean, they were also staring at Lin Ling. They wanted to confirm if Lin Ling had the 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Facing Luo Wuchang's attack, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed that Luo Wuchang's boundary essence was stronger than an ordinary second-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, Luo Wuchang had yet to unleash his talent. This guy's strength had obviously surpassed 90% of second-layer martial progenitors. Unfortunately, although he was monstrous, he had encountered Lin Ling. What? What is Lin Ling doing? He doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Yeah, his hands are still behind his back. Could it be that he has surrendered? No, he must be preparing the Spacetime God Eye. The Spacetime God Eye is an Eye-type talent that can be used to attack. But can his Spacetime God Eye stop Luo Wuchang? Many people stared at Lin Ling in shock. In fact, Lin Ling was too calm. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes finally flickered. Rumble. In the sky, the ancient stone tablet pressed down with an imposing aura that could destroy thousands of gods and demons. Just as everyone had guessed, Lin Ling intended to use the Spacetime God Eye to fight against his opponent. Boom! Luo Wuchang originally disdained Lin Ling's Spacetime God Steel, but at this moment, he sensed a strange change. It was a terrifying power. His fist no longer attacked Lin Ling, but blasted toward the sky in an attempt to destroy the ancient stone tablet. Bang bang bang! A deafening sound rang out, and then Luo Wuchang's body flew back several hundred meters. Rumble. The Spacetime God Steel did not hit Luo Wuchang, but suppressed the martial arts stage, causing it to shake violently. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that your talent has reached the 5th grade? Luo Wuchang stood in the distance and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Previously, he had condensed his boundary essence and blasted it toward the ancient stone tablet, but the result was that he felt as if he had hit the palm of a god. A force that was not weaker than his returned to him, causing his arm to go numb, and he could only dodge the attack. When he said this, the divine hall was in an uproar. It's really a 5th grade talent. In less than a year, this guy has broken through 2 levels in a row. Heavens, even if it's his cultivation, it's impossible to break through 2 levels in a year. A 6th grade martial sage against a 2nd grade martial ancestor, and his 2nd grade martial ancestor was forced to retreat. This is unbelievable. Chapter 3478. A flame that could burn everything in the world. The dean and deputy dean's pupils trembled violently. They had guessed it before, but they felt that it was impossible, so they were not sure. But now, they were 100% sure. That was because the ancient monument that was filled with multicolored flames was clearly suppressing the martial stage. Following that, their bodies began to tremble. There were 36 colleges in the final world, with countless experts. However, Lin Ling was probably the only person who could make an ultimate desolate body break through 2 levels in less than 2 years. This guy was really an old hooligan with formidable strength. Lin Ling ignored everyone's shock and looked at Luo Wuchang indifferently. You had better use your full strength. Those tricks from before were enough to bully some kids. They're useless against me. His words were arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Luo Wuchang's heart trembled. The contempt disappeared and was replaced with seriousness, as if he had met a top expert of Shanair Hall. Alright, I'll use my full strength next. I hope you can use your full strength as well. Let us fight to our heart's content. Luo Wuchang's aura began to rise as he pushed this battle to its peak. You want me to use my full strength? That will depend on whether you have the ability. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words were still arrogant and frivolous. Luo Wuchang's juniors cursed under their breaths. Lin Ling was too immodest. However, Luo Wuchang did not care about Lin Ling's words. The green light on his body became more intense. Following that, a god appeared behind him. It was a giant wearing green armor. The armor was filled with mysterious runes. He sat cross-legged on the martial stage like the immovable Wisdom King. Daluo Valurium King. This was a talent above the 100 great bloodlines. It was the bloodline of a god. Although it wasn't very pure, the aura it released was extremely terrifying. Although this talent was only a 4th grade talent, it was very close to a 5th grade talent. It was even more noble than Lin Ling's God's Eye. Although Lin Ling had a 5th grade talent, Luo Wuchang's talent was even more noble. Most importantly, his realm was higher. Bang! Green light flickered, and the atmosphere was magnificent. The green-armored giant stood up, and with a shake of his burly body, he struck out with his palm. Behind Luo Wuchang, a pair of green wings appeared. They were extremely dazzling, as if they were formed from countless plants. This allowed him to arrive in front of Lin Ling in an instant, and he slapped out with a devastating palm strike. Daluo Valurium King, invincible. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He had some impression of this talent. In the past, when Li Xiaoyao was a genius of the 9 prefectures, he had also met a genius of the 9 prefectures. Bang! Lin Ling also threw out a punch. At their level, sometimes a clash of strength was the most direct and effective way to deal with it. As Lin Ling punched out, his eyes flashed as the space-time divine steel arrived. One had to admit that this method was indeed impossible to guard against. Luo Wuchang resisted Lin Ling's punch and wanted to suppress Lin Ling, but the space-time divine steel descended from the sky. This made him give up on Lin Ling and punch into the sky, and the sound waves erupted. This sound wave was so terrifying that it could easily collapse thousands of worlds. Rumble. However, the result was the same as before. Luo Wuchang retreated again. Everyone was shocked again. Luo Wuchang's talent had erupted, and his realm was so high, but he still couldn't resist the space-time divine steel. The space-time divine steel was too heaven-defying. Moreover, this didn't conform to common sense, unless Lin Ling's realm essence was not much weaker than Luo Wuchang's. How could they know that Lin Ling's realm essence was indeed not much weaker than Luo Wuchang's? Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His eyes flashed, and the space-time divine steel appeared above Luo Wuchang's head again. Moreover, Lin Ling also rushed forward and punched out with the godly demon body. Luo Wuchang knew that he had been locked on. He roared, Daluo glazed boundary. Countless green lights shot out, and the giant behind him suddenly raised its 2 heads to the sky. Circles of green ripples bloomed from its body. Rumble. The space-time divine steel was blocked. At the same time, Lin Ling's punch arrived, but when it hit Luo Wuchang's body, it was as if it had hit a divine armor that was as hard as a city. You can't break my defense. Luo Wuchang looked straight at Lin Ling and said indifferently. The green-armored giant behind him still had its hands raised to the sky, but circles of green ripples bloomed, and the scene of countless plants growing appeared around them. The Daluo glazed king was said to be one of the gods who controlled plants during the era of gods. Wherever there were plants, he would not die, so he was called undefeated. To defeat him, one had to have a true 5th-grade ultimate desolate body, a god's bloodline, and the realm of a martial ancestor. Can't break it. Impossible. However, Lin Ling shook his head and floated back. His blue robe fluttered, and the roar of a dragon could be heard. A dragon god roared and circled around Lin Ling before transforming into a 5-meter-long dragon bone bow. Its aura was extremely ferocious. First arrow, Heavenly Dragon's protection. Second arrow, gather His Majesty's cause. Third arrow, gods and ghosts assist. Fourth arrow, eternal karmic path. Fifth arrow, myriad Buddha's greeting. Ancient Buddhist chants sounded at the same time. Countless dragon god arrows were shot out, and thousands of arrows crisscrossed the martial platform. Around the martial platform, everyone stood up. This was the first time many of them were seeing Lin Ling use the dragon bow. One of the 8 divine powers of the dragon race, Calamity Vanquishing Sun Bow. The dean also stood up and exclaimed. The 8 divine powers of the dragon race required the bloodline of the dragon race to be used. Could it be that Lin Ling had the bloodline of the dragon race? This guy actually has 2 talents. It seems that our Snow Wind Academy has 5 people with the bloodline of the dragon race. Furthermore, there are 2 in Teacher Cailuan's class. One is Zhuang Yanming, and the other is Lin Ling. Although they have impure bloodlines of the dragon race has disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. It is extremely difficult to obtain their bloodline. The Vice Dean also said excitedly. Dragon race bloodline. On Teacher Cailuan's side, Zhuang Yanming also muttered to himself. In his heart, he was not sure if Lin Ling's bloodline was the purest, but it was definitely purer than his. At this moment, the dragon god's swords shot towards Luo Wuchang. They were swift and sharp, pushing him back. What kind of technique is this? Why is it so fierce? Exclamation point. Luo Wuchang constantly blocked the attacks. He was shocked, as if he had encountered a real dragon god. Looking from the martial platform, the scene was extremely spectacular. Countless arrows were constantly attacking Luo Wuchang, densely packed and magnificent. This caused Luo Wuchang to get closer and closer to the edge of the martial platform. If he fell off the martial platform, he would lose without a doubt. Luo Wuchang also noticed this. He roared in his heart. He must hold on, these arrows are about to end. Once this load is over, he will win. However, at this moment, the spacetime divine steel smashed down from the sky like the palm of a god. This spacetime divine steel was even more terrifying than before. 10% of the ancestral power also descended. Chapter 3479. A true 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Under the combined attacks of the spacetime divine steel and the dragon god's arrow, Luo Wuchang could no longer withstand it. He was sent flying off the stage and smashed into the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. Luo Wuchang had been defeated. The crowd immediately fell silent. Moments later, all sorts of voices could be heard. No one expected Lin Ling to win, and in such a straightforward manner. There was not even a prolonged battle. He had completely suppressed Luo Wuchang throughout the entire process. And such a powerful move even caused the experts of the third hall to lock onto the battle. Their expressions were extremely solemn. As for Luo Wuchang, he sat by the side of the stage. The green light on his body had dimmed. He constantly shook his head, as though he was still unable to react. Only when a voice confirmed that Lin Ling had won did he raise his head in disbelief and look at the blue-robed youth on the stage. How could I have lost? He muttered to himself. 10% of the power of ancestors. Lin Ling has become the 23rd expert in the third hall with the power of ancestors. A teacher's voice sounded. The power of ancestors. Luo Wuchang's pupils violently trembled. The power of ancestors. Lin Ling also possessed the power of ancestors. One had to know that the power of ancestors was comprehended by martial ancestors with limited talent. As for young people like them, most of them had worked hard on their talent. The power of ancestors had yet to be born. This was because they had limited time. It was impossible for them to improve their talent and comprehend the power of ancestors. However, Lin Ling's talent had improved, and he had even comprehended the power of ancestors. Luo Wuchang's heart roared. He stared at Lin Ling and said, the power of ancestors, a 5th grade spacetime divine steel, and the means of the dragon race. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. However, in 10 years, at the third hall, let's fight again. For Luo Wuchang to become one of the best in the third hall, his will was naturally not weak. He knew that he had to be courageous after being humiliated. 10 years. Lin Ling calmly shook his head. With his current growth rate, he would be an expert of the third hall in 10 years. He was no longer interested in the battles of the third hall. However, he did not explain. He turned and left. However, Luo Wuchang glared at him with anger in his eyes. Lin Ling, son of the devil, what do you mean by this? Are you disdaining to fight me? He thought that Lin Ling looked down on him. 10 years later, if you want to fight me, then wait until you enter the Shinsan Hall. At this time, Lin Ling's ethereal voice finally floated over, leaving Luo Wuchang stunned. 10 years, Lin Ling actually planned to use 10 years to enter the Shinsan Hall. Heavens, what is this guy thinking? One had to know that the strong cultivators of the Shinsan Hall had been training at the Snow Wind Academy for at least 3,000 years. Moreover, they were the best of the best. This meant that if they wanted to enter the Shinsan Hall, they would need at least 3,000 years. But if they were weaker, they might not be able to succeed even after 3,000 years. They would still be able to enter the Shinsan Hall. Therefore, if Luo Wuchang wanted to fight Lin Ling again, he would have to become an expert of the third hall. The time was only 10 years. Luo Wuchang lost his confidence in an instant. It turned out that Lin Ling did not disdain to fight with him, but he wanted to catch up with Lin Ling's footsteps. This Lin Ling is really powerful. He amazes everyone with a single brilliant feat. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the dean praised. He thought that this battle would last for a long time, but it ended so quickly that it was beyond his imagination. Yes, even I was surprised. You know, he hasn't even been in the Snow Wind Academy for 5 years. The vice dean also sighed. After this battle, the Shin-Yi Hall also broke out into a fierce battle. Unfortunately, the one who won the first place was not from Lin Ling's class. Looking at the Shinsan Hall again, the battle was extremely fierce. All kinds of ancestor power and powerful talents emerged one after another, shocking everyone. After a long time, the battle of the Shinsan Hall also ended, leaving many people with a rich aftertaste. Only the battle of the Shinsan Hall continued. Although the battle of the Shinsan Hall was not as fierce as the battle of the Shinsan Hall, many people were still looking forward to it. The reason was Lin Ling. The number of experts in the Shinsan Hall was getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight again. His opponent was called Yang Hu, and he was also one of the top 10 experts in the Shinsan Hall. However, just like before, Lin Ling used the Spacetime Divine Steel and 10,000 Elephant Demon Eyes and easily defeated him. I'm convinced, Yang Hu said with a sigh. Because Lin Ling became an expert of the Shinsan Hall because of the freshman trial, but even he was defeated, how could he not be convinced? Perhaps, Lin Ling was about to become the representative of the Snow Wind Academy and compete with the other 35 academies. Yang Hu was also defeated. Except for Tian Ao, no one could stop Lin Ling's rise. The final battle of the Shinsan Hall was quietly approaching. On the martial arts stage, Lin Ling and Tian Ao looked at each other indifferently. All the competition zones had ended, which caused everyone to pay attention to this battle. Nervousness, anticipation, and excitement spread. Teacher Cailuan, Chu Yun, Fairy Axayan Yen and the others held their palms together, their palms full of sweat. They hoped that Lin Ling would win the final battle. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, if I defeat you, I should be able to become the disciple of Wendian martial god. In the silence, Tian Ao was the first to speak. You can become anyone's disciple, but you have to become Wendian martial god. It seems that I have to wake you up. The new heavenly court is not as strong as you think. Lin Ling said indifferently. Wendian martial god's strength is not something you can understand. After I defeat you, you will understand everything. Tian Ao shook his head. He was not angry and his face was extremely calm. Previously, they all said that they would defeat me, but they all lost in the end. Therefore, such words are quite boring. Of course, I will let you be like them and become a braggart. Furthermore, I will make you too ashamed to join the new heavenly court and you will obediently withdraw. Lin Ling smiled. He did not have a good impression of the new heavenly court. However, because this was the final world, the new heavenly court did not dare to kill him easily. Similarly, he could not kill the new heavenly court's people easily. Therefore, he planned to defeat them and deal a fatal blow to the new heavenly court, preventing them from recruiting experts. Hearing this, Tian Ao smiled. He was still not angry. It could be seen that he did not have a strong sense of belonging to the new heavenly court. He was only there because of its reputation. Unfortunately, I am not them. Tian Ao finally spat out a sentence. After he finished speaking, he displayed his talent. His cultivation was at the second level of the martial ancestor realm, but his talent was extremely terrifying. Grade 5 Ultimate Desolate Body. This is a true Grade 5 talent. Although Lin Ling's Spacetime God Eye is Grade 5, it is not an orthodox Grade 5 talent. On the other hand, Tian Ao has the true bloodline of a god. It seems that Lin Ling has lost. There is no way he can win. Both of them have Grade 5 Ultimate Desolate Bodies, but Tian Ao's is obviously much stronger than Lin Ling's. After the aura exploded, the Divine Hall was shaken. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling felt a strong pressure. Grade 5 Talent. Chapter 3480. Azura Divine Treasury. As for Lin Ling's Spacetime God Eye, although it was also a Grade 5 God Eye, it had been activated after birth. Otherwise, its potential would have never reached Grade 5. While everyone was still in shock, Tian Ao was still activating his talent. The light of God shone brightly and the sky was filled with stars. It was as if the gods were singing. Azura Divine Treasury. This was an extremely rare innate talent. It wasn't a bloodline, it wasn't a beast, and it wasn't the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the Netherworld's Azura Divine Treasury. This was God's armory. In the sky behind Tian Ao, countless divine weapons were flying. There were swords, sabers, ancient pagodas, horsetail whisks, etc. He, Tian Ao, was like a superior god who controlled the divine weapon. Such a talent was undoubtedly even more shocking to the crowd. How was this still a human? This was simply a god. Lin Ling was also surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a talent. At this moment, Tian Ao was standing on the battle stage. He looked at Lin Ling calmly as if he had seen through the world. His chi became more and more terrifying. Divine weapons circled around him, forming a ferocious storm. This storm enveloped Tian Ao's body, causing him to become somewhat hazy. The surroundings instantly became quiet. However, Lin Ling knew that this was only the calm before the storm. The storm might arrive in an instant. If you can block one of my attacks, you can compete with me for first place, and you can even force me out of the new heavenly court. But if you can't, you don't even have the right to let me look at you. At this moment, Tian Ao's voice finally floated out from the god's storm. In the next moment, the god's tempest began to churn, and countless swords, sabers, and spears shot out. Quick! It had already reached the speed of 400 worlds. Everyone had the same feeling. With such a powerful talent, it was as if those swords were being held by a god. Lin Ling couldn't possibly block them. Lin Ling was going to lose. Just as this thought arose, many people saw Lin Ling's body being pierced through by those swords. He couldn't be more dead. At this moment, everyone was shocked. But very quickly, those swords and sabers started dancing again, as if they were looking for a new enemy, because on the martial platform, another Lin Ling appeared. Following that, more and more Lin Ling appeared. In the end, Lin Ling's figures were everywhere. The martial platform also began to change. It was full of vitality and hundreds of flowers bloomed. How was this still a martial platform? It was simply a whole new world. Tian Ao was stunned. He had the strongest talent and his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. He thought that he could defeat Lin Ling in one move, but Lin Ling dodged it. What? Lin Ling dodged it. Heavens! What is this? Why are there so many Lin Ling? Could it be an external incarnation technique or an illusion? Many people were also shocked. This was originally a one-sided battle, but there was actually a turning point. Even the dean and the others were stunned. They looked carefully at the changes on the martial platform, and then their faces changed drastically. Because they thought that those were external incarnations, but they didn't look like it. They thought that they were illusions, but everything was vivid and lifelike. Most importantly, the reason why they couldn't see through them was that all the Lin linings seemed to be alive and capable of fighting. As for those flowers and plants, they were naturally real. Could it be that this guy created a world? This is the method of a god. The vice dean shook his head continuously. At their level, external incarnations and illusions couldn't affect them. But if it was to create a world, it was a different story. This was because cultivators were originally situated within the universal void, and no one was able to surpass these laws. If you created a world and others entered your world, then they would definitely be affected by your world, and their strength would be weakened by a few degrees. Unfortunately, no one knew that this was Lin Ling's illusion god true inheritance, the illusion god world. You blocked my move. Not bad, not bad. I admit that you have the qualifications to fight with me, but only the qualifications. After being surprised, Tian Ao said indifferently, although your method is very powerful and can display outstanding results in a life and death battle, we are fighting on the martial platform. Your strength is not as good as mine. I only need to defeat all the Lin Ling that I create, then you will lose. He obviously couldn't see through this world, but he planned to use brute force to break it. After saying that, he pushed with both hands, and the weapons belonging to gods shot out majestically. And they could continuously split. One sword became 2, and gradually became 4. So was the spear. These divine weapons shot towards Lin Ling's world, killing all the Lin Ling in the world. It was simply unstoppable. Gradually, only one Lin Ling appeared. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. This must be the real Lin Ling. There was no way to avoid it. Ha! Tian Ao suddenly smiled faintly and shouted, "Sword, come!" A sword immediately appeared in his hand. After being grasped by him, he shot towards Lin Ling. Behind him, countless divine weapons also shot towards Lin Ling. The scene was extremely spectacular. Rumble. However, at this moment, the spacetime divine steel appeared in the sky. After smashing down, it was immediately blocked by countless divine weapons. The invincible spacetime divine steel actually failed. This also showed how powerful Tian Ao's talent was. And Tian Ao was even more certain that the final person was Lin Ling's real body. Now, let's see how Lin Ling will block it. However, at this moment, the dragon bow appeared, and countless dragon god arrows shot over. This method made Tian Ao take it seriously, but that was it. He shouted, "Go!" It was as if an armory had opened behind him. Divine shields, divine chariots, divine cannons, and other weapons also rushed towards the countless dragon gods. With these divine weapons blocking, he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. You've used up all your tricks. Let's see how you block me. Tian Ao smiled. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he viciously slashed down with his sword. It was as if a god's sword was splitting the world. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's hand touched his back and he shouted, "Sword, come!" With the tyrannical song sword in hand, murderous and demonic aura surged out. Clang! The two swords collided, and the deafening sound was like a battle between the divine and demonic swords. The smile on Tian Ao's face turned into disdain. Lin Ling's lousy sword can block me. However, his smile quickly froze because he realized that the sword in Lin Ling's hands suddenly became huge. Demonic aura surged as if the demon ancestor had arrived. This is the ancestral power. Tian Ao was shocked. Moreover, this ancestral power continued to increase. 10%, 20%, 30%. How is this possible? He's only in the sage realm. How can he have such a huge amount of ancestral power? Tian Ao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind was buzzing. At this moment, the sword and the sword both reached the peak of their power. A blinding light burst out, forming a terrifying storm that swept across the universe. Then, the two figures were sent flying. This powerful collision undoubtedly shocked the entire temple. Then, many people rubbed their eyes and looked over. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling had retreated more than 300 meters. Chapter 3481. The Observer of God. This meant that Tian Ao was at a disadvantage in the clash of the two swords. When this result came out, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Some of the experts from Shen Hall slapped themselves in the face, afraid that they were dreaming. This was because Tian Ao was publicly acknowledged as the strongest in Shen Hall. On the other hand, Lin Ling was a new disciple and was only a saint. The loser should be Lin Ling. Luo Wuchang, who was defeated by Lin Ling earlier, had his mouth wide open. Even though he had lost earlier, he was still unconvinced. But now, he was convinced. Could it be the ancestral power? That sword should have provided a powerful ancestral power, but how could Lin Ling control such a powerful ancestral power with his cultivation? The headmaster was also frowning. Only Lin Ling knew that the ancestral power of the tyrannical Song sword had been unsealed. However, he couldn't use it to its limit unless he had the approval of the sword hilt. But even without using all of the ancestral power, Lin Ling felt that with this sword in hand, he could rule the world. He raised his eyes and smiled at Tian Ao. Tian Ao, if you really want to be Wendian martial god's disciple, let me remind you, it's better for you to be Wendian martial god's disciple. Sigh. Compared to Lin Ling's calmness, Tian Ao was starting to get irritated because he couldn't defeat Lin Ling. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who?" Sigh. Of course it's me, but I'm not familiar with you. If you want to be my disciple, I'll have to think about it. Sigh. Lin Ling said in a serious tone. He was telling the truth because Wendian martial god was trained by him. It was just that Wendian martial god had cultivated for a longer time, which was why he was so strong. You bastard. Sigh. However, Tian Ao thought that Lin Ling was mocking him and was furious. Moreover, he wanted to be Lin Ling's disciple, but Lin Ling said that he would have to think about it. How arrogant. Die. Tian Ao controlled countless divine weapons and charged towards Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. Tianao, who had always been calm, had lost his rationality. From this point of view, Tianao had already lost half the battle. Lin Ling gripped the Tyrant Song sword tightly and activated his 5 dantians, relying on his god-fiend body to resist the attack. The spacetime divine steel also smashed down from time to time. Occasionally, Lin Ling would use the illusion god True Inheritance. For a moment, the two of them were locked in battle. If this goes on, Tian Ao won't be able to win against Lin Ling. The dean and the others frowned. Lin Ling looked like he was being suppressed by Tian Ao. However, anyone could tell that he was still calm and collected. On the contrary, the more Tian Ao fought, the more aggrieved he became. It was as if he was suppressing some kind of anger in his heart. He flew back and said calmly, "Lin Ling, I'm going to use all my talents. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better give it your all or you'll lose." He knew very well that according to the current situation, the outcome would not be determined in 2 hours. However, Lin Ling looked very calm. It was likely that he was still hiding some powerful means. Many people had guessed this and were extremely curious about it. After Tian Ao finished speaking, he opened his hands and divine light enveloped the stage. At that moment, he was like a noble son of God. The divine weapons that seemed to come from the underworld flew towards him in a beautiful trajectory. Finally, they turned into a large blob of golden light. Tian Ao had disappeared. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. This was the first time he had seen a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body that could be used to the extreme. And this was also the means of a powerful martial ancestor. If it were an ordinary martial ancestor, they would mainly use the power of their ancestors. After all, not everyone's ultimate desolate body could reach the 5th grade. The golden light gradually shrunk and turned into a golden eggshell about a meter in size. When the eggshell appeared, the entire temple seemed to fall silent. However, soon, a crisp sound could be heard. The eggshell cracked and following that, a palm reached out from the eggshell. What is this? Everyone was alarmed. Tian Ao seemed to be transforming. Furthermore, they realized that the palm was wearing a steel glove. It gave off an extremely dignified feeling. Ka-cha! The eggshell kept cracking, as if a powerful god was being born. When the eggshell completely shattered, a burly figure finally appeared in front of everyone. This person was wearing majestic divine armor. He wore a helmet and combat boots. There were many runic seals on the armor. However, if one looked carefully, they could vaguely see the shapes of swords and sabers. Shwa! At the same time, a roar came from behind this person. A pair of 5-meter-long wings spread open. Upon closer inspection, these wings were formed by countless spears and swords. It was majestic. Sky warrior. Or an Azura warrior. The way I see it, this is a living example of a holy knight of God. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they immediately let out a series of exclamations. Even Lin Ling frowned. He realized that Tian Ao had completely unleashed his talent. All the weapons of God had melted into the armor. This technique was really mysterious. Perhaps Tian Ao had obtained a technique left behind by God in a secret realm. That was how he had mastered this technique. At this moment, a whistling sound could be heard from the front. Countless golden lights burst out. Tian Ao had disappeared. However, Lin Ling knew that it was not that Tian Ao had disappeared. He had made his move. His speed had reached an unimaginable level. It was definitely above 500 worlds. The speed of 500 worlds was something that Lin Ling could only achieve when he fused with his talent. Space-time tablet. Lin Ling's eyes caught a ray of golden light in front of him. The space-time tablet was indeed worthy of its name. It actually caught up with Tian Ao. A rumbling sound could be heard. However, Tian Ao punched the sky and the huge tablet was immediately sent flying. Terrifying. They were both 5th-grade talents, but the space-time tablet was unable to withstand a single blow. This also showed how powerful Tian Ao's talent was. Illusory God World. Lin Ling was not surprised. He shouted again. These techniques are useless against me. I have obtained the observer's technique. An observer who can cultivate to become a god. You are no match for me. Tian Ao shook his head in the face of the illusions around him. His entire body spun like a top. The huge wings behind him shot out countless swords and spears. It was like a sword storm. Bang bang bang. The swords and spears shot out in all directions. All the illusions were immediately destroyed. This shocked everyone. Tian Ao had become too powerful. An observer. Could it be that he was the sacred knight of God who observed Jojo on behalf of God? Tian Ao disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. A long spear with endless golden light attacked fiercely. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately slashed forward with his tyrant song. However, after Tian Ao transformed into an observer, his strength was indeed much stronger. Under the attack of the spear, Lin Ling was immediately sent flying. Moreover, the blood in Lin Ling's body was surging. It was obvious that he had suffered some injuries. Chapter 3482. Lin Ling's Dragon Race Bloodline. After Tianao's attack, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. From his point of view, Lin Ling could not block his spear. But now, Lin Ling was only pushed back. Even if he was injured, it did not seem serious. What kind of technique did this sage Lin Ling have to hide? How could his defense be so terrifying? The dean and deputy dean were also shocked. The surrounding people were the same. Only teacher Cailuan and the rest were worried. Lin Ling had already reached the final step. He could not be defeated. At this moment, Tianao pointed his spear at Lin Ling and said calmly, "Lin Ling, are you still not planning on using your final move? Or do you not have such a technique? Let me tell you, with your current state, you have no chance of winning. Also, after defeating you, you will become my proof of allegiance, allowing me to become heaven-seeking martial god's disciple. Don't mention that trash. I will not stop you from acknowledging a dog as your master, but that trash will not allow it." Hearing this, Lin Ling finally spoke. "You boast shamelessly." Tianao was immediately enraged. Heaven-seeking martial god, whom he admired the most, was not even comparable to a dog. He was even treated as trash by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling completely ignored his words and said coolly, "Since you want to see my ultimate moves so much, then fine, I'll show it." With that said, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Tianao also frowned. He was only guessing previously, but he never expected Lin Ling to really hide his final move. At this moment, smoke began to billow out from Lin Ling's body. It was as if he was burning. His soul power extended out like tentacles and began to fuse with his talent. Roar! The heavenly dragon's bones rushed out from his body and hovered in the billowing smoke. That dragon's might shocked the entire temple. Although the heavenly dragon's bones were still a first-grade ultimate desolate body, Lin Ling had refined many dragon bones in the rainbow world. He was many times stronger than before. Therefore, the moment this heavenly dragon appeared, everyone was shocked. In the Snow Wind Academy, there were 5 people who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. But under the heavenly dragon, they felt an enormous pressure. Because that was the true dragon clan, and they were merely a subspecies of the dragon god bloodline. The purest dragon bloodline. Could he be a member of the dragon race? A teacher shouted with a trembling voice. The dragon race. The dragon clan that had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. The entire temple seemed to have been overturned. Everyone was shouting excitedly, as if they were the ones who possessed the dragon bloodline. The purest dragon bloodline was extremely rare in the final world. It was no wonder they were shocked. However, was that all the shock? After the heavenly dragon circled the sky once, it charged into the smoke of the martial stage. However, at this moment, a violent wind appeared and transformed into a dragon. The wind follows the dragon, the cloud follows the tiger. The dragon god formed by the violent winds rushed into the sky above the temple. Another one. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another wave of shock struck their hearts. Because they noticed that the dragon god formed by the violent winds was the real purest bloodline. One dragon bloodline was already very shocking, but Lin Ling had 2. Swish! 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 The dean and the vice-dean also stood up in surprise at this moment. As for Tsang Chiri and the old woman, they were also surprised. Although they knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak, they did not expect that Lin Ling's two dragon god bloodlines were the purest. The potential of these two bloodlines was very strong, not weaker than Tian Ao's. At this moment, endless sludge also surged out and actually swallowed the two dragon gods. If one looked carefully, the sludge had an enormous ominous aura, which actually made many people tremble in fear. Another talent. How many talents does this guy have? Someone noticed the murderous aura emitted by the sludge and could not help but stand up. Then, he pointed at Lin Ling with his mouth wide open, completely speechless. What a terrifying murderous aura! The potential of this talent is also not to be underestimated. I did not expect that there would be such a monster in our class. Teacher Tsailuan seemed to be a little numb, but her heart was wild with joy. 3 talents, and all of them were the most ancient talents. There were not many of them in the 36 academies. The Dragon God bloodline and the Murderous bloodline. How does Lin Ling have so many talents? Moreover, he has mastered so many talents. Does he have enough boundary essence? At this moment, Tian Ao was the most surprised, and in addition to his surprise, there was also a strong sense of jealousy. He only had 1 powerful talent, while Lin Ling had 3. No, it should be 4. How could he not be jealous? Of course, it wasn't just him. The flames of envy burned in the eyes of all the experts from the 3rd hall. Even though Lin Ling's current strength couldn't compare to them, it was only a matter of time before he caught up to them with his natural talent. Why did these talents not belong to them? All the experts were roaring in their hearts. Your talent is terrifying, but if you are not strong enough, everything is just paper. Come, let's have the final clash. Tian Ao suppressed his surprise and said indifferently. He did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling, so he used his strongest move. The wings behind his back wrapped around him, and golden light shone brightly. Once again, it turned into a golden eggshell, but with a strong divine aura. It was as if a god was alive. The people around the stage all felt the pressure. Some teachers even muttered to themselves, Ancestors' power has been born, at least 30%, 30%, 20%, it is sometimes high and sometimes low, it is extremely strange. The other teachers were also shocked. They were all curious about Tian Ao's strongest move. Boom! Almost at the same time, the golden eggshell exploded, and countless weapons swept out from all directions with the eggshell as the center. It felt as if a storm had suddenly exploded. It was as if a god had self-destructed his cultivation. Heavens, he actually used all the weapons in the Azura Divine Treasury to attack the enemy. Moreover, those weapons that were shot out contained Ancestors' power. Many people cried out in shock, because they saw that the various divine weapons that erupted actually cracked the martial stage's divine enchantment formation. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. At present, Lin Ling had nowhere to run, so how would he face it? Then, people saw several divine spears with Ancestors' power shooting into the billowing smoke where Lin Ling was. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be seriously injured. Roar! But at this moment, a monstrous roar came out, and the smoke began to disperse, and a huge black mountain appeared. No, it was not a mountain, but an extremely strange giant. This giant's body was pitch black, like a demon king, but his shoulders and limbs were in the shape of a dragon, and he was hundreds of meters tall, giving people a strong sense of shock. Looking at the giant's head, people were surprised to find that the giant's facial features were somewhat delicate, and coupled with the demon king's body, it gave people a very harmonious feeling. Crack! Chapter 3483. The Battle of the Shrine had ended. At this moment, even the dean exclaimed. What kind of strength was needed to destroy a divine weapon with ancestral power? Could it be the power of the 3,000 worlds? How could he know that Lin Ling's transformation had reached the power of 5,000 worlds? Although there was no ancestral power and no large amount of world essence, his physical strength was enough to destroy everything. This was the method to cultivate the physical strength to the limit. Like a dragon and a demon. What? Tian Ao floated in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. Roar! But at this moment, a huge monster pounced over with a speed of 500 worlds. This caused Tian Ao's heart to thump, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. Destroy the world. Roar! He roared, and all the divine weapons in the Azura divine treasury attacked Lin Ling. Even if a real god was here, he would be killed. Looking from outside the martial stage, the scene was extremely shocking. One was a god, the other was a demon. It was as if they had returned to the great war of gods and demons thousands of years ago. However, the monster seemed to not know what fear was. He raised his dragon claws and swept in all directions. Boom! Boom! Those divine weapons were actually all destroyed. Gusts of terrifying astral wind swept in all directions at the same time, causing Tian Ao's face to change greatly. The fear in his heart also became stronger. He shouted in a low voice, spread his wings, and flew to the other side with him. That monster was too terrifying, and he had no choice but to dodge. But could he leave just because he wanted to? Just as he appeared on the other side, a huge demon god appeared there. Its speed was slightly faster than his, and it threw a punch at him. This punch was like the collapse of heaven and earth, and it could destroy 10,000 worlds. It could even destroy Jojo. In Tian Ao's eyes, the punch was like a myriad of worlds and it was constantly expanding. He immediately sensed the smell of death. He did not expect that he, who had such a powerful talent, would feel the smell of death when facing a Sage Realm expert. I admit defeat. At the critical moment, Tian Ao shouted. After shouting, he became dispirited, as if all his strength had disappeared. Perhaps, he had originally thought that he would definitely obtain first place, but the final result had exceeded his imagination, causing him to suffer a huge blow. Admit defeat. Tianao, who possessed a 5th-grade talent and a cultivation of the 2nd-layer martial progenitor realm, had surrendered. Moreover, his opponent was only a new student, and he was only at the Saint Realm. The temple was in an uproar. Everyone was caught in a state of shock and disbelief. I never expected that even my son would lose. It's really unbelievable. Logically speaking, Lin Ling's ultimate desolate body may be powerful, but its level is not high enough. He should not have been able to win. However, I don't know what divine technique he has cultivated, but he managed to stack all his talents together. My son's loss is not unjustified. The dean said with a sigh. That's right. This son of the demon Lin Ling is really not simple. Perhaps, the battle of the divine princes of the 36 colleges will be his showpiece. The vice dean sighed and glanced at Sang Chiri. He still remembered that Sang Chiri had said that no one was qualified to accept Lin Ling as their disciple. Now, he somewhat understood what Sang Chiri meant. At that time, he will be the pride of Snow Wind City and Snow Wind Academy. The vice dean could not help but laugh. He laughed excitedly. Snow Wind Academy was only the starting point of Lin Ling, the son of the demon. Perhaps, in the future, Lin Ling would become one of the true gods of war. I hereby announce that the first place of the Shin Second Hall is Lin Ling. At this moment, the vice dean stood up and announced. As expected, the entire temple was in an uproar again. Currently, among the 3 competition zones, the Shin Second Hall's competition zone was the most intense and the most unpredictable. He won. On Teacher Cailuan's side, everyone laughed. Chu Yun, Fairy Axayan Yen, and Earring stared at the tall giant on the battle platform with strange expressions in their eyes. They were the true daughters of the gods of the 9 states. Generally speaking, very few people could enter their eyes. This was because there were very few men with strength, temperament, and appearance. But now, the demon-like man on the battle platform had undoubtedly fulfilled the conditions in their hearts. He was someone they could only look up to and be attracted to. The young master really won. On the dean's side, although Zhang Qiri knew that Lin Ling would definitely win, he was still extremely happy to witness this battle with his own eyes. Beside him, the old woman also nodded with a smile. In this way, Lin Ling's first task of the divine trial had been successfully completed. After the first place of the Shen Second Hall was confirmed, the academy began to give out the rewards. Everyone received 1 billion royal crystals and could enter the Dragon Space Valley to cultivate once. When the rewards were given out, the dean personally spoke a few words of praise to Lin Ling. This made the other 2 first places extremely jealous. This was because they were also first place, but they could not receive the rewards from the dean. Unfortunately, Lin Ling looked indifferent. Instead, he stared at the rewards and was excited. 1 billion royal crystals, plus the 10 billion royal crystals that he had obtained in the Intentionless City, he could enter the 7th stage of the Sage Realm. After that, Lin Ling left a word of thanks and turned to leave the stage. This made Teacher Cailuan and the rest shake their heads. This was because Lin Ling rarely appeared in the Snow Wind Academy. Now that he had won the first place, he did not even say a few words to the academy and left after receiving the rewards. This made them speechless. Especially the dean, he was the most embarrassed and could only laugh loudly. After Lin Ling walked down, a voice called out to him. It was Tian Ao. Lin Ling, I have lost this battle. However, it won't be long before I defeat you. Tian Ao looked at Lin Ling with fear. Perhaps in his mind, he still regarded Lin Ling as a monster. If you can't enter the Shen Third Hall in 10 years, I think we should forget about this battle. Lin Ling smiled and looked at him calmly as he spoke. Don't worry, within 10 years, I will enter the Shen Third Hall. Tian Ao said solemnly. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, If you win, I promise you that I will withdraw from the new heavenly court. How about that? After he finished speaking, Lin Ling looked at him strangely. Then, he smiled and nodded. He turned to leave and said at the same time, You are teachable. Ah. Tian Ao's mouth fell open. Teachable. Lin Ling used the tone of a senior to speak to him again. You are infuriating me. Tian Ao clenched his teeth. That guy is a bastard. You want to be martial god when Tian's disciple? To be honest, you should be my disciple. Of course, I am still considering whether to accept you as my disciple or not. However, you are a man of your words. I have changed my view of you. Perhaps in the future, I will accept you as my disciple. Lin Ling's voice came again. Tian Ao was so angry that his face turned black. Lin Ling looked younger than him. How dare he accept him as his disciple? However, he was not as strong as Lin Ling and he had nothing to say. He only hoped that he would become stronger in the future and defeat Lin Ling. He wanted to let Lin Ling know that he was still far from being his master.